Chapter 1670. The reason why Song Qingshu's expression was so strange was because he vaguely remembered that Yuan Xingzhu lived near the tiny mirror lake in the original novel. Among Duan Zhengquan's lovers, her presence was not particularly prominent. She was not as beautiful as Li Qingluo, nor was she as otherworldly as Dao Baifeng. Compared to Qin Hongmian and Gan Baobao, she did not even stand out that much. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was that she was skilled in swimming, and she was the mother of Azu and Azi. As for her family background, it was not mentioned at all. It was only mentioned in a few words that it was a large clan with very strict family rules. She became pregnant before marriage, so out of fear, she could only hand over Azu and Azi to someone else to raise, which directly led to the sisters' tragedy. He never thought she would actually become the matriarch of the greatest imperial merchant in the world, the Yuan family. Originally, Song Qingshu was worried that he had guessed wrong, but when he thought about how even Li Qingluo was the White Lotus mother, Yuan Xingzhu's current identity did not seem too surprising. According to the development of the plot, Azu and Azi should have met their mother already, right? Song Qingshu was extremely curious. He wondered if they knew about their mother's identity. Or maybe I've guessed wrong. I still need to verify it at the end of the day. Song Qingshu asked the boatman, "Do they carry passengers on such a large ship?" The boatman understood what he was trying to say. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "They're one of the greatest imperial merchants in the world. Do they lack some money to carry passengers? You can forget about it." Song Qingshu smiled. "I don't think that's necessarily the case." As they spoke, the huge ship had already approached the dock slowly. The people in the surroundings surrounded it with a hubbub. The boatman could not be bothered with the two of them. He ran towards the shore in a flurry, pushing and shoving with the others in an attempt to find a good spot. Song Qingshu could roughly guess what they were doing. It was obvious that the giant ship was docking to replenish supplies, unload cargo, and so on. They needed the help of the sailors at the dock. As the #1 imperial merchant in the world, even a little bit of it would be enough for their subordinates to snatch. Now that the shore was crowded with people, Song Qingshu was worried that Ren Yingying would be squeezed, so he protected her and sat down under the shade of a tree. Ren Yingying seemed to see through his thoughts and asked, "Qingshu, are you going to board this boat?" Song Qingshu nodded. "Yes, I was worried that a normal boat would be too rough, and your body wouldn't be able to withstand the turbulence. This giant ship is just right. It will be quite stable if you live on it." Ren Yingying frowned, but the boatman said that this boat does not carry passengers. Song Qingshu gently held her hand. "So what? For my little fairy Yingying, even the biggest rules have to be broken for me." How could Ren Yingying stand such words of love? Her pretty face blushed and she gently spat, "You are so glib." Although she pursed her lips and smiled, a trace of worry flashed through her heart. It should be known that with Song Qingshu's current reputation, he would be a distinguished guest wherever he went. At the very least, he was the Prince of Qi conferred by the Emperor of the Southern Song dynasty. The Yuan family was an imperial merchant, so how could they dare to offend him? However, in this way, his identity would be exposed. At this sensitive period, his running to Sichuan would cause a series of chain reactions, and various forces would also pay attention to him. If because of her, her lover's career would suffer a blow, then it would be too. At this time, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Song Qingshu held her hand again and immediately noticed the change in her mood. After a little thought, he roughly guessed what was going on and couldn't help but smile. "Yingying, your body can't withstand the torment of this exquisite heart. Don't worry, it's not what you think." Seeing that at this time, the dock had almost calmed down, he pulled Ren Yingying and walked in the direction of the giant ship. "Why don't we make a bet? If I use your name, they will send someone to pick me up." Ren Yingying was stunned. "My name?" Then she smiled and said, "The Sun-Moon sex power is mainly in the north. It's useful to use my name in the Yellow River area, but in the Yangtze River area, I'm afraid no one will buy it, not to mention that the Yuan family is the world's largest imperial merchant. Of course, it's not because of the Sun-Moon sex name. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's simply because of your name, Yingying. How is that possible? Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. That's why we made a bet. Song Qingshu laughed. Well, I'll bet with you. Ren Yingying's curiosity was also aroused by him. What's the bet? At night, you have to. Song Qingshu leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Ren Yingying instantly blushed from earlobe to neck. That's ridiculous. Song Qingshu showed a trace of a sly smile. Don't you think I can't win? Don't you, the dignified Miss Ren, even have this little bit of confidence? Looking at her lover's bright eyes, Ren Yingying couldn't help but feel excited, and at the same time she was also aroused by him. Let's bet, I don't believe you can win. Song Qingshu secretly made a V sign and took her to the shore. Unsurprisingly, the two were directly stopped by the Yuan family guard. The Yuan family's cargo ship, unrelated people, please go away. Being stopped, Ren Yingying was not at all disappointed. Instead, she looked at the man beside her calmly, waiting to see how he would end the situation. Song Qingshu unhurriedly cupped his hands. I'm a friend of your mistress, and now I want to board the ship to pay my respects to her. The family guard sneered. There are at least 800 people who want to see our mistress, if not 1,000. Do you think you can see her just because you say so? The sailors next to them also began to jeer. Madame Yuan is famous for her beauty, and the men along the river have come up with all kinds of reasons to see her. Friend, this is too old-fashioned. The family guard fiercely glared at the sailors who jeered. You dare to make up the mistress, do you want to die? Although the group of sailors still smiled mischievously, they dared not say anything more loudly. Song Qingshu calmly smiled, and did not argue with these people. He just slowly opened his mouth and recited, The stars in the sky shine brightly, they are always bright and always peaceful. The bamboos by the lake are lush and green, reporting peace, many joy. His voice was mixed with a very high level of internal energy. Although it was noisy at the dock, his words still spread to everyone's ears. Moreover, it was different from the domineering and ear-piercing voice of ordinary martial arts practitioners mixed with internal energy. His voice was as warm as jade, without any sense of abruptness, as if it was a very normal conversation between friends. If one's martial arts had not reached an extremely high level, they would not have realized that this was the effect produced by internal energy. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, was stunned when she heard the word Yingying in his words. She thought, is this what he meant by using my name to make the other party send someone to welcome me? The sailors next to them burst into laughter, and the happiest one was the boatman who had explained to them before. These years, there have been countless talents who have tried to pay their respects to Madame Yuan. Many people have also tried to recite poems and paintings, hoping to win the beauty's smile, but I have never heard of anyone who has succeeded. Moreover, isn't this just a nursery rhyme? It is far worse than what those talents recite. Chapter 1671. Hearing these people making fun of her lover, Ren Yingying's eyes flashed a trace of anger. If it weren't for the fact that this secret trip should not be publicized, she might have sent her subordinates to cut off these people's tongues. Although she was as gentle as water in front of her lover, she was also the holy nun of the devil cult. That year on the 5 Hegemons Hill, she didn't even frown when she punished the cult members and sent them overseas. On the contrary, Song Qingshu patted her hand and comforted her. Don't lower yourself to the same level as these people. Seeing that he was calm, Ren Yingying gradually calmed down. At the same time, a trace of trance flashed in her heart. She recalled the little things she got along with her lover. Sometimes she felt that he was quite hateful, but sometimes he was more gentleman than anyone else. He was really a mysterious man. At this moment, a beautiful maid suddenly came out of the boat and looked towards the shore. Who was the child who just spoke? There was no need for an answer. Everyone on the shore focused their eyes on Song Qingshu, which had already explained the problem. Many people next to them secretly gloated, thinking that this boy would definitely suffer because of Madame Ruan's rudeness. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes fall to the ground. The beautiful maid smiled slightly. Our madam invites child to the boat for a chat. Thank you, madam, for your hospitality. Song Qingshu was not surprised at all. He took Ren Yingying's hand and slowly boarded the boat under the shocked, puzzled and envious eyes of a group of people around. At this time, not only those people, but Ren Yingying was also extremely shocked. She quietly asked, Qingshu, what magic did your words have? Why did Madame Ruan send someone to pick you up as soon as she heard it? Song Qingshu slightly smiled. These two nursery rhymes contain Madame Ruan's maiden name. The first half of the rhyme, Xing, means Xing, and the second half of the rhyme, Zhu, means Zhu by the lake. Ruan Xingzhu. Ren Yingying silently said, So you know her? Song Qingshu shook his head. I just heard some things about her, but I don't know her. So, just because you know her name, you can board the boat? Ren Yingying looked at him suspiciously. Because of his reputation of being a playboy, she even suspected that this Madame Ruan might be her lover's mistress. Noticing the strange look in Ren Yingying's eyes, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood and could not help but smile bitterly. What are you thinking about? I only met her daughters by chance. Back then, for unknown reasons, she entrusted her 2 daughters to someone else to raise. Each daughter has a golden lock on her. One of them says, the stars in the sky shine brightly, forever brilliant, everlasting peace. The other says, the bamboos by the lake are lush and green, peace is a blessing. In the original work, she had no choice but to send her daughter away because she was pregnant out of wedlock because of her strict family rules. But in this world, she was born into a royal merchant family. She had to show her face in public all day long when doing business, so she didn't feel like she was from a strict family. Moreover, she was now a senior member of the family and should have the ability to investigate the whereabouts of her 2 daughters. But she still left them outside, which was really puzzling. It turns out that this Madame Ruan has an illegitimate daughter with someone else. Ren Yingying suddenly realized. She still remembered that the eunuch had said that she was now married to the Yang family of Sichuan. Obviously, the 2 daughters who were sent away were not born with the Yang family. At this time, Song Qingshu came over. This time I won the bet. Remember to fulfill your promise tonight. Ren Yingying blushed and spat. You are cheating. What's more, you said so much. You didn't just use my name. Song Qingshu chuckled. The dignified saintess of Sun Moon sect also wants to act shamelessly? Ren Yingying snorted and directly turned her face away, but her heartbeat was many times faster than usual. At this time, the maidservant who led the way in front smiled sweetly and said, This way, please. Seeing that they were about to arrive, it was not convenient for the 2 to say anything. They followed behind her in silence. But in their hearts they were secretly amazed. A maidservant was already so beautiful. They didn't know how beautiful this Madame Ruan was. It should be known that an ugly woman would not be willing to let a beautiful little girl serve her, unless she herself was more beautiful. Madam, they are here. The beautiful maidservant led the 2 all the way to the top floor and stopped in front of a beautifully decorated room. Oh, quickly invite them in. An extremely coquettish voice came from the room, causing Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying to look at each other. They saw the doubt in each other's eyes. In their hearts, this Madame Ruan should be a woman in her 30s or 40s. But this voice was delicate and crisp, like a young girl in her teens or 20s. Compared to Ren Yingying, Song Qingshu was even more confused. Because according to the voice, the people in the room said that she was Azu or Zi's younger sister. Song Qingshu had never been so impatient to see a woman's true appearance. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for too long. The door opened very quickly. A light green silk dress, which made her slender waist even more, and a pair of big black eyes were bright and bright. They twinkled like stars, extremely lively, as if they could speak with only one eye. Her appearance was beautiful, and the corner of her mouth was like a smile, yet not a smile. "Young master, please come in." The woman slowly stood up. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, and her voice was delicate and coquettish. "Damn, it's Lin Jieling," Song Qingshu almost blurted out. He rubbed his eyes hard, only to realize that he had seen wrongly. But the beautiful woman in front of him, whether it was her figure, appearance, or the way she spoke, she was 70 to 80% similar to the female celebrity in the future. It gave him a kind of illusion as if it was a lifetime ago. Song Qingshu came back to his senses. He pulled Ren Yingying and slightly bowed. "I am Song Yenying, and this is my wife, Qing." "Greetings, madam." Originally, he had made an appointment with the southern Song dynasty to attack the Jin kingdom. In the end, he didn't act according to the plan. Because his identity was sensitive, it was not convenient to expose himself in the southern Song dynasty, so he used a pseudonym. Hearing him call himself Nyenying, Ren Yingying, who was beside him, blushed slightly, but she couldn't hide the sweetness in her heart. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that Qing was named after her lover's name. "So it's Prince Song, Lady Song. You two are really a perfect match." Seeing the appearance of the two, one was handsome and tall, and the other was a stunning beauty, Madame Ruan's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. She invited them to take a seat and ordered the maid to serve tea. "Madame is overpraising. Madame is the beautiful one." Ren Yingying smiled sweetly. They had just met, and some compliments were too impulsive if said by a man, but the effect was very different if said by a woman. "Little sister's mouth is really sweet." Receiving praise from a great beauty, Madame Ruan smiled more happily. "I wonder if you two are locals or just passing by here?" Song Qingshu laughed to himself. He knew that she obviously wanted to find out what he wanted to say, but she was beating around the bush. However, it was better this way. He took advantage of the situation and said, "We are going to Sichuan to visit our relatives and happened to pass by this place. So that's how it is." Madame Ruan's heart trembled. Not long ago, she had just received information that someone was going to attack them on the road. Could it be that they were here to attack? Her heart was full of thoughts, but her face was smiling sweetly. Now that the Jin and the Song dynasty are at war, it is very inconvenient to travel. It just so happens that our ship is also going to Sichuan. Why don't we go together? Chapter 1672. Gongzi is too polite. Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she pretended to ask casually, "By the way, where did you hear the two poems you just recited at the dock?" Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying looked at each other, thinking that it was true. He then explained, "Madam, I heard it from two friends." "Friends?" Madame Ruan frowned. "I don't know whether Gongzi's two friends are male or female, and what are their names? One is called Azu, the other is called Zi. They are two lovely girls." As Song Qingshu answered, he stared closely at her eyes, trying to see if there were any flaws in her expression. Unfortunately, Madame Ruan's expression did not change. Instead, she jokingly said, "Gongzi praising other girls in front of your wife like this, aren't you afraid that your wife will be jealous?" Song Qingshu held his breath. He did not expect that he would be caught in a trap. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, smiled and helped him out of the situation. "Madam, please don't laugh at him. He is a good person, but his luck with women is too good." Madame Ruan looked at her in surprise. With her experience, how could she not see that Ren Yingying was not angry at all? This was strange. After all, in the eyes of others, the woman in front of her was completely like a fairy. Such a woman actually acquiesced to her husband's behavior. Was she magnanimous, or was the man beside her too good? She subconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a mysterious temperament, like a banished immortal. Madame Rowan could not help but smile. She thought that if she met such a man 10 years earlier, she would probably also be fascinated. Reninging took the opportunity to ask while talking with her, "I heard from the people on the shore that Madame's ship is going to Sichuan to do business?" Madame Rowan nodded. "Yes, every year I have to go back and forth between Jiangnan and Sichuan several times." Reninging seemed to remind out of kindness, "I heard that Wuxi in Sichuan has signs of treason. Now that Sichuan is in chaos, I am afraid it is not suitable for business." Madame Rowan said meaningfully, "The more chaotic a place is, the more opportunities there are. For us businessmen, the most profitable time is often in times of war." Reninging frowned and said, "But in the chaos of war, there are many valuables on the ship, and Madame is so beautiful, it is inevitable that there will be thieves who will have evil thoughts." Madame Rowan laughed delicately. "Our Rowan family has traveled far and wide for so many years. What kind of storms and waves have we not seen? Those who had any ideas about us, now we don't even know where their bones are fed to the fishes." From the moment he met her, she had always looked like a timid young girl. Only now did she reveal her domineering personality. When Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying returned to their rooms, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "Yingying, did you realize the meaning of Madame Rowan's words?" Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. "Oh, I thought that our first young master Song would be distracted after seeing the beautiful Madame." Obviously, Madame Rowan's words had successfully stirred up her little mood. Song Qingshu listened and was speechless. "What are you talking about? If we really think about it, she can be regarded as my elder." However, he added in his heart, this Madame Rowan was indeed very beautiful, and there were no traces of age on her. If he didn't know in advance, it would be meaningless to say that she was a young girl in her teens or 20s. He couldn't help but think of the classic joke in the future. Lin Jieling and Duncan were the same age, but the latter already gave people the impression of an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, while the former was like a young girl. Now, this Madame Rowan gave people the feeling that she was similar to Lin Jieling, whether it was her appearance, figure, voice, or the characteristic of eternal youth. Ren Yingying was done joking, then she nodded and said, "Yes, it feels as if she is deterring and warning us, as if we are those who have evil intentions. This Madame Rowan is not as delicate as she looks on the surface." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms. "Who cares what her intentions are? In any case, when soldiers come, we will deal with them with arms, and when the water comes, we will use the earth to block it. It is fine as long as we do not change." Being hugged by him, Ren Yingying's face reddened slightly, but she didn't have any meaning to his words. After all, with his current martial arts, even if he was in a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he could come and go as he pleased. There was indeed no need to care so much. "At least the room she prepared for us is not bad." Even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes, he was very satisfied with this elegant room. "Let us first talk about the matter of the bet just now." "It is still daytime now," Ren Yingying exclaimed, her beautiful face somewhat pale. "So what if it is daytime? The biggest difference between humans and animals is that there is no fixed time for estrus." "You scoundrel!" In Madame Rowan's room, Madame Rowan was lazily lying on the bed, looking at the maid who had just returned. "Payer, what do you think of these two people?" The maid called Payer replied, "I just brought them to the upper room. Along the way, listening to the way they talked, they don't seem like ordinary people." Madame Rowan laughed lightly. "One is like an immortal banished from the mortal world, the other is like a fairy from the ninth heaven. No matter how I look at them, they don't seem like ordinary travelers. For them to board our ship at this time, they must have other motives." Payer frowned. "If that is the case, then why did Madame let them board the ship? Also, what does the poem he recited mean? Why did Madame send me to invite them up as soon as she heard it?" Madame Rowan's expression changed, coldly snorting, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "Yes, Madame." Payer's face was pale. obviously knowing that this mistress looked delicate on the surface, but when she was ruthless, it really made one's heart palpitate. Not long ago, I received news from Minister Han that there are people who don't want us to reach Sichuan safely. Rather than guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, it is better to let them be in a place where it is easier to supervise. Madame Ruan's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of a playful smile. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to personally investigate their background. If Song Qingshu was here and heard her words, he would definitely exclaim in surprise that this Madame Ruan was actually one of Han Xingzhou's people. In fact, this wasn't strange at all. To be the #1 royal merchant in the world, how could there not be a large tree behind them to protect them? Needless to say, the Shui family also had the shadows of the Jia, Shi and Wang families behind them. This Ruan family was obviously relying on the support of Han Xingzhou to be able to sit on such a large scale and compete with the Shui family. To the side, Pei couldn't help but exclaim aloud, with Madame personally taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Her voice was filled with admiration, because over the years, countless things have proven that as long as this Madame personally takes action, no matter how hidden the secret is, it cannot escape from her hands. For this reason, the surrounding people couldn't help but make all sorts of guesses. For example, she is an expert in using honey traps, or she has a bewitching technique. There were all sorts of guesses, but no one knew the truth. Chapter 1673. For the next few days, Song Qingshu lived like an immortal. At night, he checked Ren Yingying's body and did the deed of husband and wife in the name of healing. Ren Yingying was shy and didn't allow him to fool around, but she couldn't stand his coaxing and pestering. Moreover, thinking that they were husband and wife, she gave in to him. During the day, Song Qingshu played the zither and flute with her. Because of the original work, Song Qingshu inevitably felt a little jealous and wanted to play the song, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, with Ren Yingying. As the name suggested, the zither and flute ensemble was for one person to talk about love and the other to play the flute. However, thinking of the other meaning of playing the flute on the internet, Song Qingshu didn't want to play the flute, so he could only play the zither. Originally, it was very difficult for Song Qingshu to play such a difficult song with a tone-deaf musician. Fortunately, he had Zhao Min's foundation in Liao, which made Ren Yingying look at him in a new light. At first, Ren Yingying didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard his request. However, after seeing his rapid improvement in zither skills, she couldn't help but be tempted. Which girl didn't want to play the zither with her lover? Of course, with Song Qingshu's current zither skills, he couldn't play the smiling, proud wanderer for the time being. However, with Ren Yingying, a zither master, and she was good at teaching, all the problems were naturally solved. When can I let Zhao Min and Ren Yingying compete? They are both zither masters. Song Qingshu practiced the zither while thinking, oh, Ah Jiu seems to be good at playing the zither. And Miao Ruolin, in the original work, was also a zither master. In this world, she is still a little Lolita. I don't know how the mother and daughter are doing recently. Dong dong dong. Ren Yingying reached out and knocked on the table. You need to be calm when playing the zither. What nonsense are you thinking about? Song Qingshu was startled. Embarrassed, he suddenly asked curiously, can you hear what I'm thinking? He had no doubt that a master of the zither could hear the restlessness in the zither player's music, but could they really tell what he was thinking? Ren Yingying blushed and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. If you still think of other women while practicing, I won't teach you. Song Qingshu was shocked. How could he tell? Amidst the awkwardness, Lady Ruan's handmaiden called Pei walked over. Prince Song, Lady Song, Song Qingshu asked, what's the matter? Pearl softly replied, the journey is long, and there aren't many places to entertain ourselves on this river. So my family's madam would like to invite you over for a chat. I don't know if Lady Song is free. Ren Yingying was a little angry at Song Qingshu for letting his imagination run wild. She nodded and said, "Of course it's convenient. It just so happens that I haven't had the time to thank your madam." She got up and was about to leave. To the side, Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and said, "Just her?" Now that the two of them were in someone else's territory, it would be inappropriate to let Ren Yingying be alone. Pearl pursed her lips and smiled. "Our family's madam is already married. It really isn't appropriate for her to frequently invite men into her room. I hope young master will forgive her." Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold his breath. She used this as an excuse, making it hard for him to say anything. After all, the culture of the southern Song dynasty was rather harsh towards women. "Don't worry. Before I met you, I was still roaming the Jianghu." Feeling his concern, Ren Yingying's expression couldn't help but soften. Song Qingshu then remembered that no matter what, Ren Yingying was still the saintess of the Sun-Moon sect. Her martial arts were top-notch in the Jianghu, so he nodded and said, "Then be careful." Ren Yingying didn't say anything. To the side, Pearl couldn't help but mutter, "Our madam is clearly delicate, but in the end, you guys made it seem like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Song Qingshu was also a bit embarrassed. This was indeed a bit rude. Ren Yingying smiled slightly. "Lady Pearl, let's go." The maidservant glared at Song Qingshu before leading Ren Yingying away. Watching the two figures disappear around the corner, the smile on Song Qingshu's face gradually disappeared. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Of course, it wasn't convenient for him to reject the other party's good intentions, but he could still make some preparations in secret. Quietly concealing his tracks, he followed Ren Yingying to Madame Ruan's bedroom. His qigong had long since reached the acme of perfection. Purposely concealing his tracks, how could the guards on the boat discover him? Of course, he had no interest in actually breaking into the madame's boudoir. He only hid under the eaves outside the window. Even though there was a torrential river beneath his feet, he didn't care in the slightest. He pricked up his ears and carefully listened to the sounds in the room. After listening for a while, he discovered that Madame Ruan and Yingying's conversation was only about the private matters of a girl. For example, what kind of rouge and face powder to use, as well as how to dress up and make up. After listening for a while, he didn't discover anything strange. Song Qingshu also felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue. No matter what, it was still broad daylight. If someone saw him hanging outside the madame's room, it wouldn't look good. So, he quietly left. Of course, he didn't dare to go too far away. Instead, he went to a nearby deck. On one side, he was on guard against any sudden accident. On the other side, he pretended to appreciate the scenery along the two sides of the river. What entered his eyes was the original beauty of the mountains and rivers. Song Qingshu's mood also gradually relaxed. These past few years, on the surface, he seemed to have unlimited scenery. In reality, he was rushing around everywhere. There was almost no opportunity like now to calm down and leisurely enjoy the scenery. Looking at Azhou as he passed by, Song Qingshu thought that this was the location of Yu Fei's former headquarters. It was a pity that the hero had already passed away. He couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Thinking of Yu Fei, he subconsciously thought of Xiao Longnu and Li Qingluo. He didn't know if the information in the old notebook in Shui Xing's house was useful. He didn't know if he could lead them to find Yu Fei's descendants. In the next few days, Madame Ruan often looked for Ren Yingying to chat. At first, the two of them thought that the other party wanted to inquire about some information. But later, they discovered that the topics they talked about were just some ordinary life topics. They didn't touch upon any sensitive information. Gradually, they relaxed their vigilance and thought that they were overthinking. Of course, from Song Qingshu's point of view, with his current level of cultivation, he could completely ignore any hidden risk. On this day, Madame Ruan invited Ren Yingying over. Not long after, Pearl ran over and said that she wanted to change a room for the two of them. Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. "We've been living well, Why do we need to change a room? Pearl smiled and explained, these past 2 days, our families, madam, and your wife have been talking more and more agreeable. She feels that she has neglected the two of you before, so she ordered this servant to change a better room for the two of you. Song Qingshu's heart was filled with doubt, but he couldn't resist the other's enthusiasm. He could only let her be. The new room was a bit far from the previous one, but the interior was indeed much more luxurious and spacious. Young master, please rest well. In a moment we will have someone send the madam over. Pearl bowed and left. Chapter 1674. Seeing that nothing happened, Song Qingshu was completely relieved. It was not convenient to stay here and eavesdrop on the conversation of the woman's family. He returned to the new room and began to practice the music score that Ren Yingying taught him these 2 days. He was so immersed in it that he forgot the time. On the other side, after Ren Yingying said goodbye to Madame Ruan, she walked all the way back. However, no one on the ship told her that Madame Ruan had sent someone to change their room. She still returned to the original room. Looking at the man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, she could not help but smile. Qingshu, I'm back. If Song Qingshu was here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, because there was actually another exact copy of himself in the room. You're back. The fake Song Qingshu got up to greet her. She was naturally Madame Ruan in disguise. During this time, she did not reveal anything. When the two people relaxed their vigilance, she began to implement her plan. Over the years, the reason why she was able to find out some of the most secretive information in some impossible situations was mainly because she knew the art of disguise. Speaking of which, Azu's art of disguise was also taught by her, so her attainments in it could be imagined. This time, because of Wu Shi's rebellion in Sichuan, Han Xingzhou's current situation could be said to be difficult. He had previously sent many spies to Sichuan to see what was going on, but unfortunately, all of them did not return. In desperation, he sent out his secret weapon and let Madame Ruan personally go. These years, Madame Ruan's identity on the surface was a royal merchant, but in fact, she was the spy with the highest density under Han Xingzhou. Usually, she mainly provided financial support for him. Only in an emergency would she work as a spy. Although she was a part-time secret agent, she was better than any top secret agent. With her disguise skills and extraordinary wit, she could often find information that others could not find. It could be said that she was the last trump card under Han Xingzhou's command. This time, she still went to Sichuan as a royal merchant under the guise of doing business. However, not long ago, she received news that someone did not want her to arrive in Sichuan smoothly and that someone would attack them on the way. When Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying boarded the boat, Madame Ruan could tell that the two of them were not ordinary tourists. She subconsciously thought that they were the enemy's outpost, so she planned to beat them at their own game and investigate the enemy's deployment plan. At this moment, even though Madame Ruan was smiling, her heart was in turmoil because the way the other party addressed her just now hid too much information. She had long known that there was something wrong with the man and woman who boarded the ship. Their names were definitely fake. Song Nianying and Qing were definitely fake names. That was why she used this trick of substituting the two to see if she could get any useful information. In the end, he had given her such a pleasant surprise right from the start. It was obvious that the way they addressed each other in private could not be false. Qingshu, in addition to the surname Song Qingshu that he had previously assumed, could he be the Prince of Qi whose name had shaken the world these past few years, Song Qingshu? As for Miss Qing Song Nianying, could she be the holy nun of the Sun-Moon sect, young Miss Ren? As a top secret agent, she could be said to be familiar with all the famous figures in the world. Not only was she clear about the marriage between Golden Snake Camp and Blackwood Cliff, but she was also clear about the secret alliance between Song Qingshu and Han Xingzhou. However, although she had guessed the identity of the two, she did not have the slightest intention of relaxing. After all, during the northern expedition, Golden Snake Camp did not attack the Jin Kingdom as agreed, which made Han Xingzhou extremely passive. Although Golden Snake Camp had sufficient reasons to deal with the Manchurian Qing in the south, this kind of excuse was more like that of ordinary people. How could it be hidden from the insiders of the higher-ups? Because of Wu Shi's sudden rebellion, Han Xingzhou could be said to be a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. In addition, Golden Snake Camp's previous ambiguous attitude, he really did not know whether the other party was currently an enemy or a friend. Now that Song Qinshu suddenly appeared here, and his destination was Sichuan, Madame Ruan even suspected that the rebellion in Sichuan might be caused by him. After all, everyone knew that Ling Huchong was in love with Ren Yingying. Who knew whether Song Qinshu used Ren Yingying to incite Ling Huchong to rebel? Although Ling Huchong could pretend to be Wu Tianda for a short time, how could it be hidden for a long time? Since Han Xingzhou had given him such an important task, he naturally had to investigate everything clearly. Soon, he knew the fact that he was Ling Huchong. However, at that time, what was done could not be undone. He had fought hard to win the military power of Sichuan. If he changed the commander at the last minute, it was difficult to guarantee that Sichuan would not fall into the hands of Jia Sherdao. Therefore, he and the Wu family made the best of the mistake. He even made preparations to prevent the matter from being exposed in the future. He prepared to make a big fuss about Ling Huchong's identity as an orphan, making up that he was a descendant of the Wu family who had been lost in the early years. Anyway, as long as the Wu family did not object, others could not find out anything wrong. As the trump-card spy that Han Xingzhou relied on most, Madame Ruan naturally also knew that Wu Tianda was Ling Huchong. With only 2 words, Madame Ruan not only guessed the identity of the two, but also thought of so much information. She was indeed the trump-card spy. "Qing Shu, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that her lover did not answer her, Ren Yingying could not help but feel strange. "No, nothing." Madame Ruan came to herself and hurriedly changed the topic. "Yingying, after getting along with you these days, what do you think of that, Madame Ruan?" She deliberately called out the 2 words Yingying to test the other's reaction. As expected, Ren Yingying did not feel anything. She sat next to her and smiled slightly. Sometimes Madame Ruan is dignified and elegant, and sometimes she is as naughty as a young girl. I do not know how to describe her. Finding that she had guessed the identity of the two, Madame Ruan secretly felt proud in her heart. "Humph, you do not know that I am in front of you now," Ren Yingying thought while reorganizing her words. Anyway, Madame Ruan should be a very good person. After getting along with her these days, she only talked with me about some daily life, and did not make any moves to inquire about my identity. Madame Ruan was shocked in her heart. It seemed that these two were indeed on guard against me, but on the surface she nodded and said, "Yes, yes, it seems that we have worried too much." Ren Yingying glanced at her, pursed her lips and smiled. "You do not see that Madame Ruan is beautiful and moving, so you have crooked thoughts." Hearing her evaluation of herself, Madame Ruan could not help but blush. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask so it could not be seen. "What are you talking about?" "She is already married. It would not be good if other people heard it." "So what if she is married?" Ren Yingying looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Don't think that I do not know that you love to steal other people's girlfriends and wives." Madame Ruan was stunned. Only then did she think of the information on Song Qinshu in the intelligence database. He did seem to have this kind of hobby. Now even his own woman was complaining about it. Thinking of the information that mentioned that he was suspected of having an unclear relationship with some married women, Madame Ruan's heart jumped. She secretly spat and scolded him half to death. However, she reacted quickly and directly followed this topic with a smile. "Yes, that is why I stole you from Ling Huchong." She deliberately led the topic to Ling Huchong, naturally wanting to see some clues from Ren Yingying's reaction. Sure enough, Hearing her say this, Ren Yingying's face changed. You have indeed always had a grudge about this matter. Madame Ruan frowned. Listening to the other's tone, it seemed that she was simply jealous. This was not the information she wanted to know. Just as she was planning to change the way to induce a confession, suddenly a melodious sound of a zither faintly came from afar. This is the smiling, proud wanderer? Ren Yingying's eyes flashed a trace of doubt. You are obviously here. Why is the sound of the zither coming from the other side? Madame Ruan secretly cursed in her heart. She did not expect that she would reveal a flaw so quickly. She deliberately moved the real Song Qingshu far away from here. Who knew that he would actually play the zither at this time? Maybe there is some music expert on this ship. He heard us practicing the zither every day and learned it without a teacher. Madame Ruan explained as she slowly leaned towards her. Is that so? Ren Yingying suspected that it was dashing. However, before she had time to react, she suddenly felt numb on her waist. Her acupuncture point had been sealed. At this point, how could she not understand what was going on? Who the hell are you? Ren Yingying could not help but be shocked and angry. Madame Ruan smiled slightly. While reaching out to touch her delicate face, she said, Yingying, what's wrong with you? Of course, I am your Langjun. Bah. Ren Yingying turned her face away. Don't touch me. You don't let me touch you, but I still want to touch you. Madame Ruan snorted. Her next behavior was extremely frivolous. She could not help but slide her fingers across her cheek and even faintly to her neckline. Young Lady Ren of the Sun Moon sect is indeed a heavenly beauty. I don't know how many men in the world want to be intimate with you. Unfortunately, they are afraid of the power of the Sun Moon sect and only dare to think about it. I did not expect that today I actually have this opportunity to touch young Lady Ren's delicate body, to achieve great success in the art of disguise. In addition to one's own skills, acting skills were the most important. After all, one had to frequently pretend to be someone else. A slight flaw would cause one to fall short of success. Madame Ruan was a grandmaster in this field. Now, she was pretending to be a lecherous devil. Madame Ruan deliberately pretended to be a rapist. Naturally, it was not out of her own bad taste, but to completely frighten Ren Yingying. After all, with her noble status, other methods might not be able to frighten her, so she could only start with chastity. Feeling the other party's fingers sliding across her skin, Ren Yingying could not help but have a layer of goosebumps. She was really frightened. Qingshu is still on the ship. He will be back soon. At that time, you will be dismembered into thousands of pieces. I advise you to rein in your horse before it's too late. I can still let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die without a burial place. After all, Ren Yingying was the experienced and knowledgeable young lady of the holy sect. Although she was afraid in her heart, she was still calm enough on the surface, trying to resolve the current crisis. Unfortunately, her opponent this time was Madame Ruan, who had been planning for a long time. Hearing her words, Madame Ruan laughed. Your lover is now in another room. He will not come back in a short period of time. And this period of time is enough for me to do anything to you. As she spoke, she undid the button on Ren Yingying's neckline. The silk brocade underwear inside was already faintly visible. Ren Yingying's breathing instantly quickened. After all, she was a woman. Instinctively, she exclaimed, No. Chapter 1675. After all, Ren Yingying was Ren Yingying. After losing her composure, she quickly calmed down. Let's make a deal. What do you want? Gold, silver, treasures, magical weapons, or secret manuals? As long as I can do it, I can give it to you. You should know that with the current power of Sun Moon Sect and Golden Snake Camp, there is almost nothing they can't do. Madame Ruan laughed mischievously. How can Miss Rin be exempt from vulgarity? In my opinion, those vulgar things added together can't compare to a finger of First Mississippi. Your alluring body is the most perfect treasure in this world. Hearing her words, Ren Yingying's cheeks flashed a captivating red, not knowing whether it was because of shame or anger. Her voice also became as cold as ice. Don't pretend. If you were really that kind of lowly rapist, why would you say so much nonsense? You would have long. She couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. She snorted and continued, Tell me, what do you want? Madame Ruan looked at her in surprise and couldn't help but start applauding. You really deserve to be the holy nun of Sun Moon sect. Your courage and wit are admirable. In that case, I won't talk nonsense. What is your purpose in coming to Sichuan this time? Ren Yingying frowned slightly. Just to relax, no purpose. She didn't know the other's origin and didn't dare to reveal anything for fear of affecting her lover's great cause. Madame Ruan snorted, That's not interesting. You're still pretending. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and tore the clothes in front of Ren Yingying's chest, faintly revealing her snow-white skin. Ren Yingying exclaimed with shame and anger on her face, You're courting death. As the holy nun of Devil sect, she usually broke people's hands and feet. At this time, her murderous aura was completely released and there was an inexplicable deterrence. Being stared at by her eyes, Madame Ruan couldn't help but take a step back. However, she quickly reacted and found that she was actually frightened by her. She couldn't help but snort, You're just meat on the chopping board. I can do whatever I want. How dare you show off here? After saying that, she pretended to touch her bosom. However, to her surprise, her expression suddenly became very calm. Aren't you afraid? Madame Ruan asked strangely. She thought that if she was in her shoes, she would probably already be ashamed and resentful. What's the big deal about being touched a few times by Madame? Ren Yingying faintly said. She was indeed extremely afraid at the beginning. If something really happened, how would she have the face to continue living in this world? However, she was an extremely intelligent person after all. After the initial panic, she carefully reflected on the whole matter and slowly tasted the knack of it. Most importantly, the other party was actually able to disguise himself to look exactly like Song Qingshu. One must know that the art of disguise was Song Qingshu's specialty. Previously, he had discussed it with her in private. Although the art of disguise seemed simple and many people in the Jianghu knew a thing or two about it, most of them could only change their appearance and disguise themselves as someone else. They could not disguise themselves as anyone they wanted. Of course, in this world, there were still 3.5 exceptions. The other one was Murong Jingyue. He relied on vicious methods to kill his target. By skinning them, he could barely disguise himself as the other party. However, he was already dead. Moreover, Ren Yingying did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could silently kill Song Qingshu. Among the other 3 people, Song Qingshu could be counted as one and Azu could be counted as the other. However, Azu was currently in the Liao Imperial Palace. Naturally, it could not be her. Then, it could only be the remaining person, Ruan Xingzhu, who had taught Azu the art of disguise. Thinking that they were now on her ship, the one who had the conditions to silently transfer away Song Qingshu and replace him with someone else, other than her, who else could it be? Aya, you've seen through me. What a disappointment. Madame Ruan did not quibble and returned to her original delicate voice. Hearing the melancholy in her tone, completely like a little girl throwing a tantrum, Ren Yingying could not help but laugh. However, thinking of her current situation, she soon could not laugh anymore. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've seen through my identity. Madame Ruan became somewhat angry. If you aren't afraid of being touched by a woman, then I'll find a man. There are many strong sailors on this ship. Ren Yingying's expression changed slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. During this time, I've been with Madame every day. I know that Madame is not that kind of person. Madame Ruan snorted. If you really understood me, then you wouldn't be under my control right now. Just as she was about to say something, Pearl's voice came from outside the door. That Prince Song has already begun to ask why Miss Ren has not returned. It seems that he is somewhat restless. Madame Ruan knew that if she continued to delay, it would be easy for Song Qingshu to discover her flaws. Since she could not gain anything from Ren Yingying, it seemed that she could only use a backup plan. Taking off her mask and revealing her original appearance, Madame Ruan stretched out her hand and gently hooked Ren Yingying's chin. "Little girl, wait for me to deal with your lover. I'll come back and slowly play with you." Seeing that it was indeed her, the big stone in Ren Yingying's heart finally fell. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "You've imprisoned me here. I'll see how you explain this to Song Qingshu later. You should know his martial arts. Even if all the people on this ship were added together, they would not be able to defeat one of his hands. Yes, yes, yes. I know that your lover is powerful." Madame Ruan was not angry at all. "But who told you that I was going to fight with him?" Seeing her confident expression, Ren Yingying could not help but be confused. Madame Ruan very naturally began to take off her clothes in front of her, revealing her graceful and moving curves. This made Ren Yingying even more uncertain. She had heard from Qingshu that in his hometown, there were women who did not like men and only liked women. Could this Madame Ruan also be that kind? Especially when the other began to take off her clothes, Ren Yingying was even more dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. I'll borrow your clothes to use." Madame Ruan also casually touched her soft breast. TSK, a young girl's body is indeed so beautiful. Even though the other was a woman, being stripped naked and being frivolous by her made Ren Yingying extremely angry. "You're vulgar," Madame Ruan snorted. "If you scold me again, I'll let you continue to be naked like this." However, she only said this with her mouth. In her hands, she took a piece of clothing and put it on her. Before Ren Yingying could get angry, she saw Madame Ruan put on her own clothes. She could not help but be startled. "You're going to..." After Madame Ruan put on her clothes, she untied her hair and skillfully combed it into a hairstyle that was exactly the same as Ren Yingying's. It seemed that she had secretly rehearsed it many times. Next, Madame Ruan took out a mask and put it on her face. Under Ren Yingying's shocked gaze, the mask gradually changed into her appearance. Looking at the person in front of her who was exactly the same as her, Ren Yingying finally understood what she was going to do. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Madame Ruan proudly smiled. Even if the surname Song's martial arts are high, he won't make a move on his own woman. At this time, even her voice was exactly the same as Ren Yingying's. Ren Yingying was in a trance. However, thinking of her lover's skills, she gradually calmed down. "Song Lang has always been meticulous. You will definitely fail." "Impossible." Madame Ruan was very confident in her skills. "My disguise skill has already reached the peak. In addition to the appearance, even the body and smell can become exactly the same as the target. Even the person closest to me will not be able to tell the difference." These past few days, she had been inviting Ren Yingying to her place every day in the name of chatting. On the surface, it seemed that she was chatting, but in fact, she was observing her speech and behavior. Some of the small details of daily life, even the frequency of her breathing, were recorded in detail. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. This was also why she was successful in every endeavor. Ever since she started her career, her disguise had never been seen through. Ren Yingying thought that it was a pity that she did not know that Song Lang was also an expert in this field. However, speaking of this woman's disguise skill was indeed flawless. Even when she was face to face with her, she could not tell the difference. Could Song Lang really detect the abnormality? "Lend me your little lover for a few days." Madame Ruan was almost dressed up. When she went out and passed by Ren Yingying, she frivolously blew a breath in her ear. Ren Yingying felt uncomfortable all over from her hot breath. She could not help but snort coldly. "You pretend to be me. When the time comes, I don't know who to use." Thinking of the scene of her lover clinging to her every day, her snowy face gradually became dyed with a layer of red. Madame Rouen was an experienced person. How could she not understand the meaning of use? She spat. I am going to scout for information, not to offer my body. Do you think I will be like you, shamelessly doing that kind of thing every day? Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she exclaimed aloud. These past few days, she had spent every night with Song Qingshu. Even though she had deliberately suppressed it, she would still make some embarrassing sound. Originally, she thought that no one would discover it in the dead of night. She did not expect that it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of those who were observant. After Madame Rouen went out, she instructed the servant, take her to a secret room and hide her. After walking a few steps, she turned around and added, treat her well. Do not neglect her. Yes. Pearl was surprised. Could it be that Madame was afraid of offending them? But now that she had already offended them, even though she had doubts in her heart, she still agreed. Meanwhile, after Song Qingshu had practiced the guqin for a while, he suddenly felt a little depressed. Calculating the time, Yingying should have returned by this time. Why was it so late today? He decided to get up and go to Madame Rouen's place to find his wife. In the end, when he arrived, he found that Ren Yingying had already left. He could not help but frown. Could it be that I went to the wrong place and returned to the previous room? Or perhaps something has happened. With worry in his heart, he quickly ran to the previous room. In the end, halfway there, he just happened to bump into his wife, who was slowly walking over. Yingying, you really are here. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. Excitedly, he went over and grabbed his wife's hand. I thought something had happened to you. Madame Rouen was originally thinking about how to not reveal any flaws when she saw him. She had imagined many scenarios, but she did not expect that he would suddenly grab her hand. Feeling the masculine aura coming towards her from such a close distance, her heart trembled. She hurriedly gathered her thoughts and replied with a smile, what could possibly have happened to me on this ship? I just forgot to change rooms. As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her hand. Song Qingshu did not mind. Ren Yingying had always been shy. In public, it was very normal for her not to be too intimate with him. I had thought that Madame Rouen was plotting against you. Chapter 1676. Madame Rouen's acting skills were superb. She didn't show any flaws when she boasted in front of others. Song Qingshu didn't have God's perspective. Of course, he didn't notice anything unusual. He just casually teased, what? After chatting with her for a few days, you're speaking for her? You praise her so well. Aren't you afraid that I'll have some thoughts about her? You're the first young master Song. If you really have some thoughts about her, how can I stop you? Madame Rouen said with a bitter tone. She was very angry in her heart. Listening to what he said, she didn't know how the two of them talked about her in private. Song Qingshu knew Yingying's usual temperament. Hearing her say this, he thought she was really angry. He secretly scolded himself for being a playboy. He was really looking for trouble. Yingying, I'm joking with you. Song Qingshu decided to play a rogue trick. He took her into his arms and started to love her. Although Madame Rouen is good, how can she compare with you? Madame Rouen was suddenly hugged by him. She felt a pair of Lushan claws wandering on her body. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed. This bastard was really as lecherous as the rumors said. Looking at his eager appearance, she didn't know how he tormented the delicate Miss Ren. During this time, he chatted with Ren Yingying. Although he had bad intentions, he was very appreciative of Miss Ren's speech and temperament. Especially because of her serious injury, there was a trace of paleness and weakness between her eyebrows, which made people involuntarily feel pity for her. Bah, what are you thinking? Now I'm being taken advantage of by him. Feeling the other party's hand going deeper into her dress, Madame Rouen finally came to her senses. As an ace secret agent, It was inevitable that there would be a honey trap. Madame Rouen was already mentally prepared for this situation. Previously, she could use clever arrangements and improvisation to make the target fantasize but not take advantage of her. But this time, the target was different. Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high. When he wanted to hug her, she couldn't react at all. In addition, they were originally husband and wife on the ship. If she refused even a little body contact, it was easy to arouse the other party's suspicion. Originally, she wouldn't have accepted this kind of mission where she was destined to be at a disadvantage. But this time, she also knew that the situation was critical. Han Xingzhou's current situation couldn't be worse. As the saying goes, without the skin, where would the hair attach to? That was why she decided to take the risk and find out if the other party had anything to do with Wu Shi's betrayal in Sichuan. Of course, she was only prepared to let him have some brotherly desires. Naturally, she couldn't really let him take advantage of her. Sensing that the other's hand was reaching for her clothes, Madame Rouen suddenly had a bright idea and found a way to deal with it. She pressed down on his hand and asked, "How is your zither practice today?" She was not deaf. For the past few days Song Qingshu had been practicing the zither on the boat, so she asked Ren Yingying about this matter. Because it did not involve any secret, Ren Yingying did not try to conceal anything. She replied that her husband wanted to play zither and flute together with her, so she paid attention. Hearing his wife's question, Song Qingshu said with a bitter face, "It should be okay." Madame Rouen just happened to have an excuse to escape from his evil clutches. How could she give up like this? She hurriedly said, "Play it for me. I want to see how your progress is today." Ren Yingying was a competent and good teacher. When she taught Song Qingshu, she would never be mischievous with him when she should be strict. Song Qingshu saw her serious face and didn't dare to act rashly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still let go of the beauty in his arms, sat in front of the zither and began to play. Madame Rouen listened and nodded. From time to time, she would give him some pointers and correct the small details of his fingering. As the best secret agent, she had basic skills in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It might not be enough to give pointers to masters like Ren Yingying and Zhao Min, but it was more than enough to give pointers to a dabbler like Song Qingshu. Because of the previous example of being seen through by Ren Yingying, Madame Rouen didn't dare to start asking for information as soon as she came, so as not to arouse the other party's vigilance. It was better to get familiar with him first and then slowly find opportunities. In this way, one played the zither and one gave pointers on the side. Time passed quickly and night slowly fell. Song Qingshu glanced at the sky and impatiently ran over to hug her again. "We haven't had dinner yet," Madame Rouen pouted coquettishly, but she was secretly cursing in her heart. This person was really like a little wolf dog that couldn't be fed enough. These few days, he had tormented Ren Yingying until midnight. Why did he still have such a high desire now? Was his body made of iron? The reason why she chose to make a move today was that she was almost familiar with Ren Yingying. Secondly, she also found out that the two of them often tormented until midnight a few days ago. She estimated that after so many days, even a man made of iron would be exhausted. Therefore, she chose a time when he was the weakest, so that she would be in less danger. Who would have thought that man's plan was not as good as God's? His body was completely different from ordinary people. If that person had such a good body... A man's appearance appeared in Madame Rouen's mind. Her heart couldn't help but sway. She secretly spat. What on earth was she thinking? However, Song Qingshu hugged her and kissed her ear. His voice was a little dry as he said, "I will eat you first, then eat dinner." Madame Rouen's heart jumped when she heard this. She was already used to living like a princess. Although she was occasionally a little naughty, most of the time she was graceful and decent. In addition, with her current status, other men had to be polite to her. Even her nominal husband in Sichuan was the same. When had she ever experienced such a passionate and hormonal pressure? In addition, no matter from which aspect, Song Qingshu was an extraordinarily handsome and beautiful man. Coupled with his world-famous identity, she was in a trance and her mind unexpectedly rippled a little. However, Madame Ruan was after all a mature woman and an ace secret agent. Her reason quickly dispelled the ripples in her heart. She hurriedly found an excuse. "But I am hungry." Her voice was very delicate and pitiful. She also very schemingly touched her temple as if she would faint at any time. Song Qingshu patted his head. "Look at my memory. I forgot that your body and bones are weak now. You should eat more." She hurriedly went out and ordered the servants on the boat to prepare food. Although they were guests, they were generous. In addition, they were the honored guests of the mistress, so the people in the kitchen treated them well. Soon the food was served. Madame Ruan was even very careful to put the dishes that Ren Yingying usually liked to eat. These information had been investigated clearly in the past few days when they chatted about daily life. Poor Ren Yingying didn't know her plan. She thought that these were not secrets, so she inadvertently revealed too much of her daily life habit. In fact, the strings in Madame Ruan's mind had been stretched taut. It should be known that a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Song Qingshu's reputation in Jianghu was too great. Those plays in the streets even described him as a god. Therefore, she had been dealing with him with the highest level of preparation. Even the frequency of her breathing was exactly the same as Ren Yingying's. She was worried that when facing a master like Song Qingshu, he would hear the flaws from the breath. Seeing that Song Qingshu had not found anything unusual until now, Madame Ruan finally tried to ask for some information indirectly. "By the way, Qingshu, how long are we going to follow this Madame Ruan?" Song Qingshu thought for a moment. "Your body can't stand the rush on the road. Since their boat is entering Sichuan, we can keep going with it. When we reach Yibin, we will enter Min River from the Yangtze River and finally go directly to Chengdu." Sure enough, they are going to Chengdu. Madame Ruan's heart trembled. In fact, according to the current information, she had basically ruled out that the other party was coming for her. They should not be the same group of people who secretly wanted to deal with her. But she did not relax at all, because compared to the attack on the road, she suspected that these two people had a bigger conspiracy, and it was closely related to Wu Shi's betrayal in Sichuan. "After we reach Chengdu, are we going to find Ling Huchong directly?" Madame Ruan carefully threw out a question. "Of course we are going to find him. Don't you also want to see him?" Song Qingshu teased. Madame Ruan's heart thumped. Was Ren Yingying still connected with Ling Huchong? But the intimacy between them before could not be fake. Then why did she mention Ling Huchong in such a tone? What was the relationship between these three people? "What do you mean by this?" Madame Ruan put down her chopsticks and said with some displeasure. She decided to take a gamble. She believed in a woman's intuition more. From these days of getting along with Ren Yingying, she could see the happiness in the other's eyes. This was the most impossible to fake. Maybe she and Ling Huchong had some past events, but that was in the past. Maybe Song Qingshu always had a thorn in his heart about this matter, so he could not help but bring it up again. Song Qingshu was startled and said somewhat strangely, "Yingying, what's wrong with you today? Don't I usually joke with you like this?" Madame Ruan secretly cursed. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? The relationship between these three people was too strange. Could it be that Song Qingshu asked Ren Yingying to use a honey trap to make Wu Shi betray Minister Han? At this moment, her mind had already imagined several melodramatic dramas, enough to make several TV dramas. Nothing. Maybe my body is a little uncomfortable, so my mood is a little irritable. Madame Ruan subconsciously touched her forehead and pretended to be weak. She knew that the relationship between these three people was too critical. She did not have enough information to analyze. If she spoke rashly, it would be easy to give herself away. So, she decided to take it easy first. "Ying, what's wrong with you? Let me take your pulse." Hearing that she was uncomfortable, Song Qingshu's concern was overflowing. Madame Ruan hurriedly withdrew her hand. "Nothing. I will be fine after a rest." Although she could disguise her appearance, smell, voice and even breath to be exactly the same as Ren Ying, after all, she was not an immortal. How could she achieve the same pulse and breath? For a master like Song Qingshu, he might be able to detect abnormalities in this aspect. It was better to be safe than sorry. "Let's take a look," he said in a deep voice. "Last time you used the burning blood technique. The sequela is troublesome. You can't take any discomfort lightly." It turns out that she used the burning blood technique. Madame Ruan was secretly shocked. During this period of contact, she also saw that Ren Ying's body was a little weak. She was not like the majestic holy nun of the devil cult at all. Instead, she was more like a delicate young lady. I don't know what forced her to use the burning blood technique. As an ace spy, she certainly knew what the burning blood technique was. But now was not the time to be curious about these things. The most important thing was to stop the other party from checking her body. Chapter 1677. Ah! Song Qingshu's excited expression suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant. "You didn't come on this day last month." Madame Ruan secretly spat. She didn't expect him to be so careful. Which man in the world would remember the day of a woman's period? Even though she was caught off guard, she still cleverly found an excuse to dodge the question. A woman's time isn't always so regular. Sometimes it'll be messed up. Maybe I encountered too many things this month, so it's messed up. She blushed, but this time she was not pretending. She was really shy because she had to explain these things to a man. "Maybe there were too many things you worried about this month, plus the tiredness of the journey, so it affected your body," Song Qingshu said with a face of annoyance. "If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have let you do those things." Those things. Madame Ruan's heart thumped. She thought it was as she expected. Unfortunately, he didn't mention it again after saying one sentence. She was afraid of revealing a flaw, so she didn't dare to take the opportunity to ask. She didn't know that the things Song Qingshu referred to were to let Ren Ying be in charge of the intelligence network of the Southern Song dynasty, not Wu Shi and Sichuan. Hearing that she was ill, Song Qingshu changed his previous anxious appearance. He carefully helped her to the bed and took care of her considerately. Feeling his gentle and careful movements, Madame Ruan was in a trance. She had never met such a gentle man, or it should be said that there would not be such a gentle and careful man in this world. Due to the fact that most people in this world viewed a woman's penis as something unlucky, men generally avoided this kind of thing. Even if there were a few exceptions, due to the lack of physiological knowledge, it was difficult to truly take care of a woman. However, Song Qingshu came from the future. The internet had taught ordinary people all kinds of information. Therefore, in this aspect, he even knew more than the women in this world. Therefore, it gave Madame Ruan a strong sense of contrast. Looking at him busy taking care of her by the bed, Madame Ruan couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Is he really the majestic Golden Snake King? He is so gentle, no wonder he can make so many peerless women fall in love with him. However, she quickly realized that her mentality was not right. She hurriedly stopped thinking about it and asked, "By the way, what's going on between you and that Azu Anzi?" She knew that the topic in Sichuan was too sensitive. She was worried that she would expose herself if she kept asking, so she asked another question that she was very interested in. Song Qingshu was startled. "Why are you suddenly asking this question?" "I just want to know." It was completely easy for Madame Ruan to turn on her coquettish mode. This matter was indeed one of the biggest doubts in her heart these days, but she just couldn't find a reason to ask about it. Now it was just the right time to use Ren Ying's identity to inquire about it. Who knew that Song Qingshu just stared at her in a daze and did not reply. Madame Ruan turned her face away. Why are you looking at me like that? I feel like you're acting a little strange today, Song Qingshu replied. Madame Ruan's heart thumped and she forced a smile. What's so strange about it? On normal days you rarely act like this. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in wonder. Madame Ruan just remembered that through this period of contact, Ren Yingying was the kind of shy and arrogant person who cared about face. It was indeed unlikely for her to act like this. However, she reacted quickly and quickly made up for it. Humph, I was almost fooled by you. Don't change the topic. His plan was seen through. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. She's just a confidant. You were there when I met Z. As for Azu, she and I are also good friends. Thinking of what happened to Liao, he actually did not know whether he and Azu were still friends or not. Madame Ruan was not very satisfied with this answer. She actually wanted to ask to what extent their relationship was, such as whether they had slept together. However, she was afraid that Ren Yingying actually knew about it. If she asked, she would expose something. After struggling for a long time, she finally found a suitable way to test him. Song Qingshu, you have to be responsible for what she did. You can't let her follow you without knowing why. You'd better think of a way to give her a status. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, I'll give her an explanation after she completes this mission. Hearing that he did not deny giving her a status, Madame Ruan was not happy at all. Instead, her heart sank. It seemed that they really had sex. She did not know whether it was Z or Azu. Suddenly, Madame Ruan was a little embarrassed. In this way, she should be his elder, but now she had to play his wife. It was really a mess. Soon it was late at night, and it was time for Song Qingshu to go to bed. Madame Ruan could avoid being intimate with him using Tiangui as an excuse, but she could not stop sleeping with him. Of course, this was also within her expectation, so she was not too flustered. However, after Song Qingshu went to bed, he skillfully held her in his arms. His hands were dishonestly moving around, making her breath chaotic and her heart beat faster. This bastard was really a demon. He clearly said that Tiangui was here, but he was still so dishonest. However, thinking of how they were like glue before, she knew that this was probably the norm. If she kept refusing, it would be easy to reveal a flaw. Forget it, I will bear with him first. Anyway, no one knows about this. He will only think that he is touching his wife. Madame Ruan clenched her teeth and secretly spat. For this task, she really put in a lot of effort. Hey, it seems to be a little softer, a little bigger. Song Qingshu's vague voice came from under the quilt. So annoying. Madame Ruan's heart was in her throat. However, seeing that he just casually mentioned it and did not really doubt it, she was relieved. However, although she could hide it from others, she couldn't hide it from her own heart. Thinking about how he had taken advantage of her so many times, she couldn't help but feel angry. On the other hand, she was a mature woman and also had normal emotions and desires. Under the skillful and gentle skills of the man beside her, she shamefully found that she actually had feelings. Thinking that she had been provoked by this little man who was much younger than her, she was extremely embarrassed, especially when she thought of the unclear relationship between him and Azu and Z. It was a kind of moral taboo, but some things were like this. The more you suppress it, the more difficult it is to suppress it. Suddenly, Madame Ruan's body stiffened. Being so close to him, she could clearly feel the drastic changes in the man's body. She could not help but secretly spit. I really wronged him to say that he is a little man. Knowing that she couldn't let him continue, Madame Ruan reached out to push him away. Don't make trouble. Who knew that Song Qingshu would take her hand and move closer to her ear, his voice a little hoarse. Madame Ruan was embarrassed and anxious. I already said that it is inconvenient for me to. Previously, in order to be absolutely safe, she even took some cotton cloth dyed with some blood and put it inside. If the other really wanted to take off her dress, this would be the last big weapon. She even somewhat looked forward to that scene, thinking, at that time, I will see whether you will be splashed with cold water. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not have the intention to take off her dress. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, making Madame Ruan confused. It was destined that they would not be able to be intimate, so what was the point? However, she quickly understood what the other party wanted to do, because a force came from above and pressed her head down into the quilt. Madame Ruan tried to get up, but the strength of the other party's hand could not help but be doubted. She could not help but feel ashamed and angry. What do these two people play all day long? Looking at the other party's proficiency, it was obviously not the first time they did this. She never thought that Ren Yingying, who was respected and revered by thousands of people in Jianghu, would actually do such a thing for him. Thinking of the usual noble and elegant appearance of Ren Yingying in front of people, it was really impossible to combine the two images together. Thinking of this, Madame Ruan even somewhat vented her anger on her. If she did not play so crazily with her husband, would she be in such an embarrassing dilemma? Looking at this posture, the two people usually played this kind of verbal game. What reason could she find to refuse at this time? She calculated thousands of times and prepared for everything, but she did not expect such a thing. But if she did not refuse, would she really have to? Madame Ruan's heart trembled. She came to find information, but so far, she had not found any useful information. In the end, she let him take advantage of her first. It was really going for wool and coming home shorn. Yingying, what's wrong with you? Seeing that his wife did not move, Song Qingshu could not help but start to urge. Madame Ruan was really going to go crazy. She had experienced great storms and dealt with all kinds of troublesome situations, but all the previous situations added together were not as difficult as the current situation. Am I really going to die here today? Madame Ruan simply wanted to cry but had no tears. For the first time, she had doubts about using the art of disguise to inquire about information. Anyway, he does not know my true identity, why not? Madame Ruan made a fierce psychological struggle. No, he has that kind of relationship with Azu and Azi, how can I still with him? And Ren Yingying also knows about my art of disguise, if the two of them compare their statements afterwards. Do I have to kill Ren Yingying to silence her? But behind her is the Sun Moon sect, and Song Qingshu are not easy to provoke. How would they dare to kill her? But if I don't kill her? While Madame Ruan was in a dilemma, Song Qingshu might have directly become impatient from waiting. He directly reached out and pressed her head down. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She was ashamed and resentful. Just as she was about to submit helplessly, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside. Song Qingshu was obviously also a little distracted, and the strength of his hand decreased a little. Madame Ruan hurriedly broke free and poked her head out from under the quilt. What happened? Chapter 1678. Hearing the other party's order to continue, Madame Ruan almost fainted from anger. Firstly, she had thought that she had a chance to escape this calamity. Who knew that the other party had no intention of stopping at all? Secondly, she was the owner of this ship. The sounds of fighting outside were obviously the sounds of someone attacking. Without her overseeing the situation, her side's counterattack would certainly be incomparably chaotic. Are you really going to stand by and watch? Madame Ruan bit her lip and regretted her actions this time. Not only was she taken advantage of, but she was also attacked by the thief. Misfortune never comes alone. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. The Ruan family has been in Jianghu for so many years and is the first royal merchant in the world. How can they not deal with such a small disturbance? Madame Ruan secretly complained. If it was in the past, she naturally wouldn't worry about being attacked by the thieves. First, she was in charge of the situation, and second, she had Han Xingzhou behind her, so she could use the power of the government. But now the situation was very different. Han Xingzhou couldn't protect himself now, and according to reliable information, The people who attacked them were likely to have Jia Sherdao behind them. Naturally, it was far from the small fights in the past. Seeing that she was lost in thought, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. What? After talking to her a few times, you think of her as a friend? Madame Ruan thought quickly and quickly thought of an excuse. We don't have a ship to take. They invited us on the ship and treated us with good wine and food along the way. Now that they are in trouble, if we stand by and watch, won't it be too unreasonable? Song Qingshu nodded slightly. What you said is somewhat reasonable. The reason why he didn't take action was mainly because he wanted these thieves to test this Madame Ruan. Because his sixth sense told him that Madame Ruan was not so simple. However, the sound of fighting outside showed that the enemy had a big advantage, which was a little beyond his expectation. When he was hesitating, the door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A man with a knife scar holding a torch rushed in and saw the two people on the bed. When he saw Madame Ruan's blushing, bashful and beautiful appearance, his entire person immediately revealed a state of being enchanted by her beauty. He directly rushed over while drooling. As for the pretty boy next to her, he simply did not bother to look at him and casually dealt with him with a knife. With a loud bang, the man with a knife scar flew out at a speed 10 times faster than when he came. On the bed, Song Qingshu began to get up and tidy up his clothes. I didn't want to get involved in this, but these people have to provoke me. Madame Ruan was stunned. Although she knew that Song Qingshu was very good at martial arts, she only knew it from the information and hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Until she saw him just now, she was so shocked that she couldn't describe it. No, it was not accurate to say that she saw him make a move. To be precise, she did not see Song Qingshu make a move before that person was sent flying. With that kind of speed, even a cow would be crippled. How did he do it? Madame Ruan opened her mouth and had a silent question. Speaking of which, she was also a knowledgeable person. It wasn't that she hadn't seen masters, but those masters she had seen before were not worth mentioning compared to him. What are you still doing? Don't you want to get up? Song Qingshu turned back and saw her surprised look. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh, okay. Madame Ruan's face turned red. She thought that she was like a little girl. Whether his martial arts was good or not, what did it have to do with her? After they put on their clothes, Song Qingshu walked out with her. As they walked, he said in a deep voice, listening to the sound outside, most likely the dust has settled. It's really beyond my expectation. Why is the Ruan family's defense so weak? Madame Ruan smiled bitterly, but she couldn't say anything. At the same time, she was also worried. Could it be that the guards on the ship were all destroyed? The two came to the edge of the deck. Madame Ruan wanted to rush out, but she was pulled by Song Qingshu into the shadow around the corner. Let's see the situation first. Madame Ruan also realized that rushing out like this was too rash, so she didn't object. After the two hid, they looked over to the side of the deck. Now there were many people gathered in the middle of the deck. Many of the Ruan family servants and guards were lying in a pool of blood. The rest were basically kneeling on the ground with their hands over their head. Obviously, they had been restrained. Around them stood a circle of valiant thieves. Each of their temples were bulging. It could be seen that they were all masters of hard body skills. Dogs of the Zhangla gang. Madame Ruan suddenly said through gritted teeth. Song Qingshu was startled. You know them? Madame Ruan's heart jumped. Only now did she realize that she had exposed a flaw in her anxiousness. But on second thought, Ren Yingying was originally a princess of the underworld. It was reasonable that she had seen that person before. So, she explained, the one with the goatee is the military advisor of the Zhangla gang, Bei Haisher. I met him once by chance. I heard that he is the most cunning and deceitful person. Song Qingshu looked in the direction she pointed and saw a lean middle-aged man. That goatee was especially eye-catching. Is this Bei Haisher? He looks somewhat familiar. In fact, he wasn't sure if he had seen him before. After all, at his position, people like Bei Haisher could only be considered a small character. It wasn't worth his effort to remember him. At this time, Bei Haisher was staring at the servant girl kneeling in front of him. He coldly asked, "Speak, where did Madame Ruan go?" Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp. He recognized that the servant girl was Pei Er. She turned her face away and didn't respond. "Madame Ruan is not here?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Then, he realized why the Ruan clan didn't organize any effective resistance. It was because they didn't have a leader. At this time, Bei Haisher saw that Pei Er didn't respond. He immediately slapped her across the face. "Lowly servant girl, I gave you face but you don't want it." Pei Er. Madame Ruan subconsciously cried out. Although she and Pei Er were master and servant in name, in reality, they were like friends. Seeing her being bullied like this, she was naturally shocked and angry. "Who's there?" Bei Haisher and the group of people suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the two's hiding place. Song Qingshu had no choice but to bring Ren Yingying out of the shadows. However, he didn't go near those people. He didn't want Ren Yingying to be in the slightest bit of danger. When Pei Er saw Madame Ruan, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She subconsciously wanted to call her Madame. Luckily, her reaction was fast enough and she forcefully swallowed her words. "Who are you?" Bei Haisher asked with a frown. He felt that the man and woman in front of him were somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. As he asked, he called for his subordinates to quietly move closer, faintly surrounding the two in the middle. Song Qingshu calmly replied, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have disturbed my elegant mood. I am very angry." He indeed had a reason to be angry. Any man who was interrupted at such a crucial moment would find it hard not to be angry. Madame Ruan, who was to the side, heard the two words, elegant mood, and couldn't help but blush. However, right now she was more concerned about how the situation would develop next. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, the opponents were numerous and every one of them was an expert. It should be known that when she went to Sichuan this time, the people who accompanied her were all experts from her clan. Unexpectedly, they were defeated so quickly. Other than the fact that she wasn't in charge, the enemy was too strong. She even suspected that these people weren't members of the Zhangla gang, but some evil sect experts in disguise. "Are you angry?" The group of people acted as if they had heard a great joke. Many people jeered. "Who the F***ck do you think you are? Come over and kneel here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind. Yo, the little girl next to me is quite handsome. Let her come over and serve me. If she serves me well, maybe I will spare your dog life." "Yun Lao-san, you want to monopolize such a beautiful girl. Aren't you too black-hearted?" "That's right. How can it be enough to serve you alone? No matter what, he has to serve all of us comfortably before he can spare him. Such a delicate little girl. There are so many of us. Aren't you afraid that she will break? It doesn't matter if she breaks, but what if the people behind us can't play with her?" "That's easy. Anyway, this ship has everything we need. At worst, we can stay on this ship and play slowly." Ha ha ha. Although Madame Ruan wasn't Ren Yingying, she was still trembling with anger at this group of people's vulgar teasing. Originally, she had thought that Song Qingshu was quite lecherous. However, compared to these villains, he was more gentlemanly than a gentleman. Song Qingshu's face had completely sunk. His voice was colder than ice. "Originally, I have always been easygoing and don't like to kill people. But today you actually offended her like this." He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. "That person taunted and ridiculed, so what if we offend you, pretty boy?" Madame Ruan looked at the man next to her with some worry. His expression was solemn. "If you people dig out your own eyes and tongues, I can spare your lives." Hearing his words, the group of people suddenly seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. Where did this idiot come from? We are right here. If you want our lives, come and take it yourself if you have the ability. They indeed had enough confidence. After all, this time they were accompanied by some famous masters in the underworld. Even the long-established Yuan family collapsed under their attack. What was this pretty boy in front of them? There were some cautious people among them. However, they couldn't detect any signs of Zhenqi from the person in front of them. Obviously, he was an arrogant person who had read too much. Want me to take it? Good. 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 Song Qinshu slowly walked forward. Every time he said the word good, he clapped his hands. When he clapped his hands for the first time, the faces of those masters who were previously arrogant and insufferably arrogant all changed. This was because an invisible wave of air spread out from his surroundings. This wave of air was so terrifying that it made people feel despair. The group of masters all vomited blood and fell to the side. After the first good, more than half of the mysterious bandits fell. Only a few with profound skills stood there bitterly with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. After the second good, only Bei Haishur was left standing. After the third good, Bei Haishur violently vomited a mouthful of blood. It was as if all the bones in his body were broken. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud. At the last moment of his life, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. In this world, there was probably only one young man who had the ability to kill so many masters without a sound. You are, unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he had already breathed his last. As for the others who came with him, they had already stopped breathing after the first 2 rounds of shock wave. Moreover, each of them had their eyes burst open and blood flowed from the corners of their mouth. They died extremely miserably. Song Qinshu glanced at Bei Haishur indifferently. You actually practiced the I Jing Jing. No wonder you could last 3 breaths. Chapter 1679. Although Song Qinshu did not remember whether he had seen Bei Haishur in this world, he knew that he was a moderately powerful boss in the way of the gallant. It should be said that apart from the group of abnormal people in the Isle of Heroes, Bei Haishur was also a first-class master in the Central Plains. Many TV series even made him the final boss. As for how he knew the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, Song Qinshu could not remember clearly and was not interested to know. Speaking of which, the Sanskrit version of muscle-bone strengthening scripture is still in my hands. I have not had time to translate it. Song Qinshu suddenly remembered that he had used a trick to get the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. Unfortunately, there were too few people in this world who knew Sanskrit, so he could not practice it at all. He only obtained the Shinzu scripture written with a hidden potion. In addition, Song Qinshu had learned the Taishin scripture and his power had reached the half-immortal realm, so he was not so interested in the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. However, this time he could feel the extraordinariness of the muscle-bone strengthening scripture from Bei Haishur. It seemed that it was necessary to study this unique skill. He pondered for a while, but the people around him were petrified on the spot. It should be known that Bei Haishur and the group of mysterious thieves suddenly attacked the ship. Each of them was skilled in martial arts and ruthless, so the guards on the ship were quickly defeated. It should be known that the accompanying guards were all carefully selected by the Yuan family, but in front of those devils, they were all like 3-year-old children. However, it was this group of devil-like people who were all killed by him with 2 steps and a few claps of his hands. Many people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Madame Yuan suddenly felt as if there was a towering mountain in front of her. She was shocked when the thief in the room was sent flying, but compared with the scene in front of her, it was not worth mentioning. Compared with the ordinary guards, she even saw a deeper level. It should be known that in addition to those mysterious people, there were many guards of the Yuan family around. In the end, only those thieves died, and the people of the Yuan family were not hurt at all. This level of internal force control was simply incredible. She had heard many rumors about Song Qingshu in the past, especially the versions that were circulated among the ladies in the boudoir. She originally thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated than the rumors. Suddenly, she felt a deep chill in the depths of her soul. It should be known that these people had been killed by him for teasing Ren Yingying, but she had imprisoned her. If he found out about this, thinking of the possible consequences, Madame Ruan could not help but shudder. "What's wrong? Are you cold?" At this moment, a gentle voice came from beside her. She looked up and found that she had already returned to her side. "No, nothing," Madame Ruan answered somewhat unnaturally. If one were to say that she had a playful attitude when she pretended to be Ren Yingying before, now she was treading on thin ice. These people deserve to die for polluting Yingying's ears. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. It was obvious that he still held a grudge against those people's filthy words. Madame Ruan did not know how to respond. She could only vaguely respond with a hum. Song Qingshu thought that she was frightened and did not mind. Holding her waist, he walked in front of Pearl, who was still kneeling. "Where did your family's madam go?" This was also the thing he was most confused about. Such a big thing had happened on the ship, and yet she had not appeared. If she was here, Bei Haishur and the others might not be able to control the entire ship so easily. Song Qingshu's power was still lingering, so Pearl did not dare to not answer. She subconsciously looked at Madame Ruan beside him, but her reaction was fast enough. She quickly shifted her gaze. "Our family's madam has something to do and has gone into the city." "Enter the city?" Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that this Madame Ruan really had many secrets. To actually secretly enter the city, he did not know what important matter she had to do. "I'll leave the rest to you." Song Qingshu casually waved his hand, cutting off the restraints on her body. At the same time, he released her acupuncture point. He clearly had no interest in taking over the mess on the ship. It was better to let them deal with it themselves. "Thank you, young master, for saving us." Pearl hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The rest of the Ruan family guards also kowtowed. Song Qingshu hugged Madame Ruan and turned to leave. He casually waved his hand, leaving only his gradually disappearing back to the crowd. Seeing her own family's madam nestling in his arms, Pearl opened her mouth, but in the end did not dare to say anything. After returning to the room, Madame Ruan finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Why didn't you leave them alive? These people are all extraordinary. How could a mere Lugang have so many experts?" Song Qingshu frowned. "I was already suppressing a belly full of anger at the time. On top of that, they dared to use vulgar language, so I was too lazy to care so much." Madame Ruan was startled. She did not expect it to be the result of a moment of impulse. "Forget it, don't care about that. In any case, they did not come for us." Song Qingshu picked her up and walked to the bed. Madame Ruan exclaimed, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Let's continue to sleep." Song Qingshu kissed her lips, then hugged her and shrunk into the quilt. Madame Ruan's cheeks were crimson. How could she not understand the meaning of the word sleep? But she had just seen the side of him killing without blinking an eye. The appearance of a killing god constantly lingered in her mind. There was an inexplicable sense of awe, making her unable to resist. The deep worship and submission to the strong were things that were imprinted in the bones of women. Then, Madame Ruan felt her whole body become dizzy. She did not know whether it was a dream or reality. The next morning, Madame Ruan woke up very early. Looking at the man sleeping soundly beside her, she could not help but cover her cheeks with her hands. "What have I done? It's so shameful." She thought of all her schemes. Although she had preserved the innocence of the lower part, she had lost the upper part. Thinking of her actions last night, she felt that it was simply inconceivable. "Yingying, after teaching for so long, how come your skills have deteriorated?" Sensing the movement beside him, Song Qingshu sleepily opened his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pei, don't say it." Madame Ruan was suddenly embarrassed. At this time, her expression was not fake but revealed naturally. Haha, I'll sleep a little longer. Song Qingshu laughed and turned over to sleep again. Madame Ruan's face was hot. She hurriedly got up, put on her clothes and walked out. Song Qingshu only thought that she was going to wash, and did not take it to heart. On the way back to her own boudoir, Pearl was already waiting there. Seeing her come in, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "Madam, I have always wanted to find you, but I was afraid that it would arouse the other party's suspicion, so I did not dare to go." Madame Ruan nodded and took the lead to ask, "Is Miss Ren okay?" She was worried that the disturbance last night would affect Ren Yingying. If something happened to her, her whole ship would probably be buried with her. "I hid her in the secret room. Those people did not discover it," Pearl hurriedly replied. Madame Ruan was still worried and directly ran to open the secret room. Seeing Ren Yingying sitting inside, she let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that it was the two of them who came in, Ren Yingying's face flashed a trace of disappointment. Brother Song actually did not discover. Pearl proudly raised her chin. "Humph, our family's madame's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. How could it be discovered?" Ren Yingying suddenly thought of something and looked at Madame Ruan strangely. "Last night, you and Brother Song slept together?" Madame Ruan subconsciously touched her cheeks that were still a little sore and then said angrily, "It turns out that the dignified Miss Ren's thoughts are also so dirty. Since I dared to pretend to be you, naturally I was completely prepared. I used Tiangue as an excuse, so naturally I did not have to worry about what the surname Song would do." She also did not know why she had to explain so clearly in front of the two of them. Perhaps it was to cover up the apprehension and weakness in her heart at this time? Seeing that her explanation was reasonable and well-founded, the cloud of doubt between Ren Yingying's eyebrows gradually disappeared. She faintly said, "In the end, paper cannot cover fire. You are on your own." Seeing her graceful and calm appearance, Madame Ruan did not know why, but her heart felt a little guilty. She hurriedly left the secret room and then told Pearl, "You must take good care of Miss Ren. You must not let even the slightest bit of harm come to her." "I know." Pearl nodded nervously. Thinking of Song Qingshu's demon-like figure last night, she shuddered. How were the losses last night? After confirming Ren Yingying's safety, Madame Ruan then began to calculate their own losses. "It is not optimistic. Nearly 30% of the guards died and even more were injured," Pearl replied with a frown. "I was careless. My attention was all on the two of them and I did not make the necessary preparations." Madame Ruan sighed. "From today onwards, strengthen the patrols day and night. Be vigilant against any ship that approaches the Mirror Lake. When we reach Jiangling, transfer some people from the Ruan family's branch over. Remember, you must choose those with seniority to prevent others from sneaking in." Madame Ruan then said, "Oh yes, remember to invite Prince Song over later. Yesterday he helped so much. If I, as the master, do not appear, it will inevitably arouse his suspicion." Hearing her instructions, Pearl said with some surprise, "Madame plans to return?" After experiencing last night's events, she was not used to the situation of lacking a backbone. Hearing that Madame was going to restore her identity, how could she not be happy? Madame Ruan shook her head and began to change her clothes. "It is only temporarily stabilizing him. After this, we still have to pretend to be Miss Ren. Otherwise, he will immediately know that something has happened to Ren Yingying and we will be finished." "That is true," Pearl nodded hurriedly. At this time, Madame Ruan thought with some hatred that she had not yet found any connection between them and Wu Shi's betrayal. How could she just give up like this? Otherwise, wouldn't she have sacrificed so much for nothing? Thinking of some of the scenes from last night, her whole body became somewhat hot. When Pearl arrived outside Song Qingshu's room, he had already woken up. Just as she was wondering why Ren Yingying was not there, she heard Madame Ruan's invitation. "Madame Ruan." Song Qingshu was planning to use yesterday's events to probe her background. Seeing this, he accepted the invitation. When he entered Madame Ruan's boudoir, she had already removed Ren Yingying's makeup and restored her original appearance. Madame Ruan saw the dignified man in front of her and could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly suppressed the strange emotions in her heart and revealed her usual smile as she stepped forward and bowed. "Young master, thank you for your help last night. Young master's great kindness, I do not know how to repay you." Chapter 1680. Madame Ruan never thought that he would say such a thing. Originally, she was embarrassed about yesterday's incident. Hearing this, her face instantly turned red. Before she could think of how to respond, Song Qingshu already laughed. "I'm just joking with Madame. I hope Madame doesn't mind." Madame Ruan was scared half to death. Snappily, she said, "I hope young master can conduct himself with dignity." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Obviously, he did not take her words to heart. He directly changed the topic. "I don't know why Madame was not on the ship at such a dangerous moment last night. I went into the city to handle some private matters. I didn't expect that these people would take advantage of the situation." Madame Ruan was also depressed. She had just carried out her plan and the other side had already attacked. Seeing that she had no intention of doing anything, Song Qingshu did not ask further. He could only say, "The enemy's timing is so accurate. Madam, be careful that there is a traitor on the ship." Madame Ruan nodded. "Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention." Being reminded by the other side, she also felt that there was a possibility of a traitor. She decided to order Pearl to investigate later. In addition, she would strengthen the security measures in this room to prevent any accidents from happening to Ren Yingying. "Right, I saw that the people yesterday were all extraordinary. They did not look like ordinary robbers who kill and rob. Does Madame Ruan know why they came to you?" Song Qingshu asked while staring at her. He tried to get some information from her expression. He had always suspected that this Madame Ruan was not simple. Unfortunately, there was too little effective information. He had no way to judge. Seeing him staring at her, Madame Ruan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It was as if she could feel his burning gaze sweeping over her skin, causing her entire body to tremble. Finally, she noticed that his gaze fell on her red lips, and subconsciously thought of the situation from last night. On the side, Song Qingshu was inexplicable. Why did this Madame Ruan suddenly show an expression of infinite shyness? Of course, no matter how narcissistic he was, he would not think that a mature woman who he had only met a few times would fall in love with him. After all, no matter how he looked at her, she was not that kind of woman. But to be honest, this Madame Ruan's bashful appearance was really somewhat beautiful. Her skin was fair and beautiful, her waist looked thin and soft, and her red lips were also small and moving. With one look, one could tell that she was an indescribably wonderful understanding flower. Her husband was really lucky with women. Replying to young master's question, "Your concubine also doesn't know what's going on. I also don't know how I've provoked these demons," Madame Ruan hastily replied after much difficulty. Oh, Song Qingshu saw that he couldn't get anything out of her, so he had to start from another angle. "By the way, who is your husband's family?" This was also what he was most curious about. According to the introduction, she seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Yang family of Chuan. What about Duan Zhengchun? What about Zi and Azu? This was not a secret, so Madame Ruan did not mind answering. "Your concubine's family is the Yang family of Chuan. His name is Yang Zhenzhong. He is currently the Xingyuan prefecture judge and the Dan army commander." "So it is General Yang." Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. He had previously heard that the Yang family of Chuan was a wealthy family. At that time, he did not have any idea, but now he understood. The Xingyuan prefecture was also the famous Hanzhong in history. The Dan army was also the first prefecture of Shishu and was in charge of the gateway to the north of Chuan. This Yang Zhenzhong controlled these two places and was definitely an important figure in the officialdom of Chuan. Recently, Chuan doesn't seem to be peaceful. Song Qingshu intended to test her again. Madame Ruan was worried that she could not find an excuse to inquire about the relationship between him and Ling Huchong. She seized the opportunity and said, "Yes, there are rumors everywhere. It is said that Wu Shi of Chuan intends to commit treason. Now some people in the entire Great Song are in a state of panic. Since that is the case, why did Madame enter Chuan at this time? Aren't you afraid of being a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?" Song Qingshu asked. Madame Ruan secretly spat. It was obviously she who wanted to ask him, but in the end, he turned the tables on her. But she had to answer, "Who asked my husband to still be in Chuan? Chuan has been cut off from the outside world for a long time. I want to go see if he is safe." Song Qingshu curiously said, "But I heard that Madame is doing business with imperial merchants this time. There should be a large number of goods to be transported to Chuan. Of course there must be a cover." Madame Ruan had already recovered her natural state at this time. Otherwise, swaggering into Chuan like this will easily attract attention. But the facts have proven that it has already attracted people's attention. Song Qingshu thought, "You entering Chuan with such great fanfare is considered low-key. Who could have expected it?" Madame Ruan faintly sighed and immediately asked, "Young master is experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of these people?" Song Qingshu spread out his hands. "Madam, as the #1 imperial merchant in the world, you can be considered experienced and knowledgeable after traveling extensively. How would I dare to show my slight skill in front of an expert? You are so annoying. Young master, why do you have to tease me?" Madame Ruan subconsciously blurted out. Immediately after, her whole person was stunned. This kind of acting coquettishly was a bit too strong. In fact, her original temperament was somewhat naughty. It was normal to use some means like this, but it just so happened that the two of them yesterday. So because of her guilty conscience, she always felt that this was very shameful. But when Song Qingshu heard this, his heart swayed. Her voice was originally delicate and somewhat childlike. If she deliberately acted coquettishly like this, even a man made of iron would melt into juice. "I only know that the leader is the military advisor of Changlegang, Bei Haishur. As for the rest, Madam needs to investigate it yourself." Song Qingshu decided to reveal some things to her. After all, he and Yingying still had to stay on this ship for a period of time. It was still useful to let her specifically improve the security defense. "Many thanks, young master." Madame Ruan felt a burst of disappointment in her heart. She already knew that it was Bei Haishur yesterday. Looking at her elegant and dignified appearance, Song Qingshu's heart moved. He suddenly asked, "That's right, I don't know if Madame knows a person called Duan Jingchun?" Madame Ruan's heart jumped, but on her face she smiled sweetly and said, "The Supreme Court's Jinan Wang. If you know this person, why did young master suddenly mention him?" "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of him." From her face, he could not see any flaws. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This woman was not simple. Following this, the two of them were like a pair of foxes probing each other, chatting here and there. Unfortunately, the two of them did not obtain any useful information. When Song Qingshu stood up to leave, Madame Ruan also stood up to let Pearl see her off. "I am a married woman, so it is not convenient for me to see you off. I hope young master can forgive me. Pearl, see young master out." Song Qingshu nodded slightly and followed Pearl out. However, after walking for a while, he realized that they were not on the way back. He could not help but ask, "Pearl, did you go the wrong way?" Pearl pursed her lips and smiled. "I didn't go the wrong way. Young master, please follow me." Song Qingshu's heart was filled with doubt. However, he was skilled and daring, so he was not afraid of any ambushes. He followed behind her and quickly arrived in front of a heavily guarded room. Pearl waved the token in her hand, and the guards at the door let them in. After entering, Pearl said, "Young master, our Yuan clan is a royal merchant. Although we cannot claim to be as wealthy as a nation, we have collected many treasures over the years. The Yuan clan is unable to repay young master's kindness in saving us yesterday. Madame Yuan asked Pearl to bring young master here. If you see anything you like, just take it as a token of our Yuan clan's gratitude." Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect this to happen. He calmly said, "To me, it was nothing. There is no need to be so courteous." Pearl quickly said, "To you, it was nothing. To us, you saved our lives. Young master, you must choose a few items. It would be good to give them to your wife." The reason why she brought Song Qingshu here was to give the madam time to transform back into Ren Yingying. If he left too soon, it would be bad if he went back and found out about the madam's identity. Song Qingshu was moved by her words and nodded, "That's fine. Then I will choose this hairpin." There were indeed a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in the warehouse of the Yuan family. Song Qingshu didn't even look at them. He just chose a crystal-clear jade hairpin from a pile of jewelry. It could be seen that it was expensive, but it was not worth mentioning compared to the life-saving grace. Plus, with Song Qingshu's current position, he did not care much for it. He only chose it because it was pleasing to the eye. "This hairpin is fine. Thank your madam for me." Song Qingshu waved the hairpin in his hand at Pearl, and walked out alone. He was in a hurry to give it to his wife, so he was too lazy to follow behind Pearl to take his time. Pearl originally wanted to find an excuse to delay him. Unfortunately, he was several feet away with a casual step. She could not catch up even if she wanted to. "I hope the madam is ready." Pearl stamped her feet and prayed nervously. When Song Qingshu excitedly returned to the room, he found Ren Yingying sitting in front of the dressing table. He could not help but reveal a pitiful smile. "Yingying, where did you go?" Yuan Foreign looked back at her and smiled. "I just went out to get some fresh air. When I came back, I saw that you were not there. I heard them say that Yuan Foreign invited you, so I did not disturb you." Looking at the man she was chatting with just a moment ago, and now she had to pretend to be his wife. At that moment, she had a ridiculous feeling of dizziness. What is there to disturb? Song Qingshu went over and held her cold little hands. "You have not been feeling well these days. Don't go outside to get some fresh air." Only then did Yuan Foreign remember that she had found an excuse for Tiangui. While pulling back her hands, she changed the topic. "Why did Yuan Foreign invite you?" "Just to express her gratitude for saving my life," Song Qingshu replied. "Did Yuan Foreign devote herself to you?" Yuan Foreign asked as if she was possessed. Song Qingshu was startled and could not help but laugh. "Hearing you ask like this, I almost thought that you were there just now." Yuan Foreign secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to be calm. "She really devoted herself to me?" Song Qingshu pinched her cheeks in annoyance. "What are you thinking about in that little head of yours, huh? Why is your skin not as tender as before? It seems that Tiangui's influence on a woman's body is not small." Yuan Foreign's heart skipped a beat. She thought that he had found some flaw in her face. Hearing his last sentence, she then relaxed and secretly rejoiced that her skill in disguise was excellent. Of course, the face she had disguised was not as good as the face of a real girl. Fortunately, this time she had Tiangui as an excuse. Devote herself to me? Of course, Yuan Foreign could not do that. In order to express her gratitude, she let me choose anything in the treasury, but I only chose this. Song Qingshu took out the jade hairpin in his hand and shook it, walking over. "I will help you put it in." Chapter 1681. As soon as Madame Yuan said this, she was shocked. She really couldn't figure out why she would say such a thing. Was it just because he had asked before and she wanted to know his true thoughts? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu was also stunned and then showed a thoughtful expression. Well, Madame Ruan has white skin and a beautiful appearance. She has a big chest, a thin waist, a perky butt and a pair of long legs. The key is that sweet and coquettish baby voice. If she really devoted herself to him, there shouldn't be any man who could refuse. Look at what you can do. Madame Ruan blushed and spat fiercely. She didn't know why, but when she heard that she was so attractive in his heart, she actually felt a little happy. Okay, I was joking with you. Song Qingshu held her in his arms. How can she be compared to my Yingying? Who knew that when the other heard his words, she didn't look happy at all. Instead, her face became cold, making Song Qingshu confused. He didn't know how he had offended her. Yingying looked quickly. Thinking that the previous joke had gone too far, he hurriedly shifted her attention and moved her in front of the mirror. I don't want other women's things. Madame Ruan was irritated and reached out to take off the jade hairpin on her head. Hey, Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped her and smiled bitterly. This is what your husband earned with his own ability. How can it be considered other women's things? Madame Ruan also realized that her mood was a little wrong at this time, so she took advantage of the situation and snorted, "That's more like it. These 2 days, your temperament has been somewhat strange." Song Qingshu's sudden words startled Madame Ruan. Fortunately, he followed up with another sentence, "It seems that this great aunt is really an annoying thing." And Madame Ruan looked at him doubtfully. "It's Tiangue. Didn't I tell you before?" Song Qingshu frowned. Madame Ruan's heart trembled and hurriedly smiled. "I didn't react for a while." Song Qingshu nodded and agreed with her explanation. "Oh yes, why didn't Madame Ruan look for you to chat these days? Maybe she was busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack on the ship yesterday." After Madame Ruan finished her explanation, she was thinking that it was not a good idea to keep doing this. It was better to find an opportunity for Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying to appear at the same time so that he would not think of anything. Moreover, she could also take the opportunity to leave his side and act alone. "That's true." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Forget it. It's none of their business. You should continue teaching me how to play the piano." Madame Ruan pursed her lips and smiled, sure. When he chatted with Ren Yingying previously, he already knew that she was teaching Ren Yingying how to play the guqin. Since he was good at playing the guqin, he was naturally not afraid. For the next 2 days, Song Qingshu held Lady Ruan every day as they drank and played the guqin at the edge of the deck. Occasionally they would go fishing together. In the eyes of those who did not know, they would only think that the two were a pair of immortal companions, making others envious. But in the eyes of those who knew, like Pearl, the more she looked at them, the stranger her expression became. Madame is so intimate with him, and I can tell that he didn't force her. Madame can't have fallen for him. Pearl was worried for her. With great difficulty, she found a chance to ask her privately, "Madame, did that person take advantage of you?" Madame Ruan's face turned into a peach blossom. She unhappily rolled her eyes at her. "Didn't you see that he was hugging and hugging me?" Pearl lowered her voice. "I mean at night." Madame Ruan spat. "Is this something you should be concerned about?" Pearl muttered in a low voice. "I am only worried that Madame will fall for him. After all, you are already married. If the news spreads to the Yang family—" "Shut up!" Madame Ruan's face turned cold. "I know what I am doing. I will find an opportunity to disguise you as me. For the next period of time, you will use my identity to deal with daily affairs, so that no one can see through you." "Yes." Seeing that Madame was angry, Pearl did not dare to say anything more. Just like that, another 2 days passed. Song Qingshu learned that there was still a day's journey to Jiangling. He suddenly thought of Qi Fang. Back then, Qi Fang had escorted Di Yun's coffin back to his hometown for burial. Their hometown was near Jiangling. After Di Yun was buried, Chi Fong had originally planned to build a hut nearby to accompany him. Unfortunately, the water spinach was too small. It was inconvenient to live in the countryside. She could only bring her daughter back to Jiangling to live and visit Diyun from time to time. The reason why Song Qingshu knew this was because he had sent people to escort her back to Jiangling. When they returned, his subordinates reported it. Not long ago, the Jin army broke through Jiangling. I don't know if she was affected. Looking at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, Song Qingshu could not help but worry. Even though he had ordered all the Jin soldiers not to burn, kill, and loot, and not to bully the local people, but the order was one thing and the execution was another. Thinking of how she was a single mother with a crying daughter, he did not know how many difficulties she would encounter in the chaos of war. Previously, the distance was too far. Although he thought of it, he could not split himself. Now that he was about to pass by, if he still did not care, he was afraid that his conscience would not be at ease in the future. Once the idea of going to see if she was safe came up, he could not hold back anymore. In the end, he ran back to Ren Yingying and told her about it. Madame Ruan was stunned. You will only reach Jiangling tomorrow night. Song Qingshu nodded. That's why I planned to make a trip there first. With my lightness skill, I should be able to reach there in a few hours. After I'm done with my business in River Tomb, I'll wait there. You guys should be almost there. Madame Ruan was still a little confused. But we are on the river. Do you want to go to the shore first? Song Qingshu held her hand and smiled. Yingying, have you forgotten my qigong? Dharma can cross the river on a reed. Why should I be afraid? All right then. Madame Ruan did not dare to say anything else. She was worried that the more she said, the more flaws she would expose. At the same time, she was also infected by his heroic spirit at this time. Your body is weak. It is not convenient to bring you around to feel the wind. Song Qingshu took out a copper bell and put it in her hand. This is a pair of heart bells. Each bell contains the heart voodoo carefully cultivated by the 5 poisons order. As long as you shake one of the bells, the voodoo in the other bell will react and shake the bell. So after I leave, if anything happens here, just shake this bell and I will rush back immediately. This bell was given to him by Indigo Phoenix not long ago. Although it could not reach 1,000 miles away, it could still reach a distance of 100 miles. Sometimes he could not help but sigh. Although the technology of this world was far behind the previous world, there were some magical aspects that the science of the later world could not explain. For example, internal force and this heart voodoo. Such a precious thing. Madame Ruan was shocked. She thought that if Ren Yingying had this before, how could her plan succeed? In my heart, Yingying, you are countless times more precious than it. I almost forgot about this before. But it is not too late to give it to you now. Song Qingshu smiled at her. He did not expect that the other person was not his wife at all. Thank you. Madame Ruan took it and lowered her head to hide the somewhat red rim of her eyes. During this period of time, she had never seen such a gentle and considerate man. Sometimes she was even a little jealous of Ren Yingying. Not only was she beautiful and noble, she actually had such a perfect lover. Her life was simply a dream. There is no need to be so polite with me. Song Qingshu kissed her forehead. Unknowingly, the two of them had already arrived at an empty deck. I will leave first. You have a good rest. After saying that, his whole body jumped into the river. Madame Ruan was startled and hastily went to the side of the boat to look down. She saw that the other person was just standing on the surface of the surging river, treading on the water like that as he walked step by step into the distance. As if sensing her gaze, Song Qingshu even had the leisure to turn his head and wave at her. Chapter 1682. Song Qingshu trod on the water the entire way. By the time he reached River Tomb City, the sky was already dark. Even with his profound cultivation, running such a long distance was still unbearably tiring. The planes from my previous life are still the best. Song Qingshu couldn't help but miss the days when he could leisurely fly across half the country in 2 hours. He observed from a small hill outside the city. Most of the Jin's tents were stationed outside the city. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Jin soldiers were definitely stationed in the city, most of them were outside the city to minimize the impact on the people. After resting for a while and recovering his energy, Song Qingshu entered the city. This wasn't his first time coming to Jiangling City. He couldn't help but sigh at the nostalgia. The last time he came here was when he had just transmigrated to this world, and it was when he was at his lowest. With Icy Snow's help, he met Dingdian here and learned the divine reflection scripture. It was also the first time he saw the beautiful Huang Rong. I wonder if Ronger has heard news about Guojing. I hope it won't affect her pregnancy. Thinking of her round belly, a gentle smile flashed across Song Qingshu's face. However, he quickly collected his thoughts. Jiangling was currently in a state of war. It was fine during the day, but there would be a curfew at night. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to ask for directions. Although he knew Qi Fang's current address, he wasn't very familiar with Jiangling City. He might not be able to find the specific street. After knocking on a few doors, he finally got the location of Qi Fang's residence under the lure of silver. He hid under the cover of the night from the patrolling Jin soldiers and finally found Qi Fang's residence. I wonder how she's been all this time. An image of a young married woman in tears appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Qi Fang really had a hard life. Her childhood sweetheart was separated by a conspiracy, and she was unknowingly married to the murderer of her father. The only senior brother who loved and cared for her in the world also died a violent death. I hope my appearance can change her fate. At the very least, she can live a happier life for the rest of her life. Song Qingshu suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked at the courtyard house not far away. Although this courtyard was not big, it was very unique and had all the necessary facilities. After all, Qi Fang was the young mistress of the Wan clan and the former granddaughter-in-law of the Prime Minister's family. In addition, Song Qingshu had sent his subordinates to escort her back and had also brought a lot of interrogations, so it was not surprising that she lived in such a courtyard. The reason why Song Qingshu frowned was because his inner breath detected the presence of more than one man in the courtyard. Of course, he did not let his imagination run wild. He knew Qi Fang's character. She was a very loyal and traditional woman. Of course, what happened between them was an accident. She would never invite a man into the house in the middle of the night. Besides, there were more than 1 or 2 men in the house. Did something happen to her? Song Qingshu thought of something and quickly snuck in. There were hidden guards at the entrance of the courtyard. He was worried that he would alert the enemy and bring danger to Qi Fang, so he did not force his way in. Instead, he silently slid to the roof of the house in the middle and decided to observe the situation first. Tell me, where is the city-linking incantation? At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from below. City-linking incantation? Song Qingshu was stunned. So they are here for the city-linking incantation. Why does this person's voice sound so familiar? He was puzzled. He untied the tile and saw a middle-aged man with bags as big as an old man standing there. It was Ling Tusi, the magistrate of Jiangling whom he had interacted with years ago. So it's this vicious guy. Song Qingshu did not have a good impression of him. In the original work, he buried his daughter alive for the treasure. In this world, Song Qingshu was almost tricked by him. I really don't know what the city-linking incantation is. At this moment, a panicked and pitiful voice came from the other side. Song Qingshu could tell that it was Qi Fang's voice. He changed his angle and looked down. As expected, he saw Qi Fang kneeling on the ground, hugging her daughter tightly in her arms. Her face was full of tears. Seeing her like this, Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. He was about to help when he suddenly saw two people sitting on the other side. Why is it him? He saw a man with a strange appearance. His eyebrows were tilted to the left, and he looked like a flying god. It was the snow beggar Wu Liuqi, whom he had met once in Jiangling. The slightly plump man beside him looked kind, but he could not recognize him. Why is Wu Liuqi with Ling Tusi? Song Qingshu was puzzled. Back then, Wu Liuqi thought that Mei Nianxing had died in the hands of Ling Tusi, and even tried to assassinate him. However, what puzzled him even more was the attire of Wu Liuqi and the slightly plump man beside him. There was something familiar about them. The slightly plump man was wearing a golden robe, the attire of a rich family member, which matched his temperament quite well. Wu Liuqi, on the other hand, was wearing a dark green robe, which matched his killing aura very well. Song Qingshu thought for a long time and finally came to a realization. Their clothes were the same as Zhang San and Li Si's. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not think that this was a coincidence, especially when he thought of the legendary messengers of the Isle of Chivalry who rewarded good and punished evil. Apart from Zhang San and Li Si, who were well known in Jianghu, there were also Zhao De, Qian Er, Friday Zhou, Wu Lu, Zheng Qi, and Wang Ba. Among these 8 people, Zhao De and Qian Er stood out. Be it their identity or their martial arts, they were extremely mysterious. So far, no one knew their true identities. The remaining Zhang San, Li Si, Wu Lu, Zheng Qi, and Wang Ba were of the same level. The 6 of them were similar in terms of martial arts and status on the Island of Chivalry. As for the messengers of the Island of Chivalry, they were of a different level. Song Qingshu had encountered a dozen or so messengers from the Isle of Heroes in that rundown temple. Although those messengers were powerful, they lacked experience and wisdom in facing enemies. It was obvious that they had relied on medicines and secret manuals to build up their strength. That was why Song Qingshu had been able to defeat them so easily despite being outnumbered. It was obvious that those messengers were ranked lower than the rest. If Song Qingshu had been up against messengers from the Isle of Heroes like Zhang San and Li Si, who were experienced in the martial world and had been through countless battles, it would have been a fierce battle. Zhang San, Li Si, Wu Lu. Song Qingshu thought that Wu Liuqi's name was very similar to Wu Lu's, and his clothes were similar to Zhang San and Li Si's. He was almost certain that Wu Liuqi was now a member of the Island of Chivalry and ranked 6th among the messengers of the Island of Chivalry. The little plump man next to him was most likely Friday. How did the people of the Island of Chivalry get involved? After realizing this, Song Qingshu decided to observe the situation first. After all, Qi Fang was not in any danger for the time being. At this time, Wu Liuqi heard Qi Fang's words and could not help but snort. You are Qi Changfa's daughter and Wan Jinshan's daughter-in-law. How could you not know where the city linking technique is? Feeling the coldness in his tone, Song Qingshu frowned. Although Wu Liuqi was the eagle claw of the Qing dynasty in history, he was a man of indomitable spirit in the Golden Book world. It was not his style to bully orphans and widows like this. Did he change after entering the Island of Chivalry, or did he hate Qi Changfa and Wan Jinshan for killing his senior brother, Mei Nianxing? I really don't know what the city linking technique is. I have never heard my father or my father-in-law mention it. This is the first time I have heard it from you, Qi Fang explained in vain. The daughter in her arms seemed to have sensed her mother's panic, and could not help but burst into tears. It seems that you will not shed a tear until you see your coffin. Ling Tusi laughed sinisterly. He snatched the baby from her arms and raised it high. If you don't tell me, I will fall down. No. Qi Fang screamed. She struggled and wanted to rush over, but she was restrained by her subordinates. She could not do anything. Song Qingshu's heart turned cold. Ling Tusi did not even blink when he killed his own daughter. He would not hesitate to kill someone else's daughter, even if it was a baby. He secretly raised his hand. Just when he was about to rush down to save his daughter, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Found it, found it." As he spoke, he raised a book called Selected Poems of the Tang Dynasty. It turned out that when Ling Tusi and the others interrogated Qi Fang, he had sent his subordinates to search through the house. Ling Tusi was overjoyed. He threw the water spinach back into Qi Fang's arms. "*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่hurriedly held her daughter in her arms. She looked at the book in his hands and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the selected poems of the Tang Dynasty? Playing dumb?" Ling Tusi's expression turned cold. However, Wu Liuqi stopped her. "It seems that she doesn't know about it." Ling Tusi nodded. With how cunning Qi Changfa and Wan Jinshan are, it is possible that they did not tell her. But we will not be able to find out about the secret of the city linking technique, will we? As he spoke, he became exasperated. He even glared at Qi Fang. She was so frightened that she hugged her daughter tightly. That may not be the case. Wu Liuqi pointed at the man in yellow. "My brother is an expert in this field." Ling Tusi's vision blurred. The book was already in the hands of the man named Friday. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The martial arts of these people from the Isle of Heroes are really unfathomable. Song Qinshu, who was on the roof, nodded to himself. Friday's kung fu was indeed not bad, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Friday read the selected poems of the Tang Dynasty and said, "If you want to hide the secret, you have to use interlayers, special potions, or use some code words in the plain text." He flipped through the book and quickly shook his head. "There is no interlayer." Then, he took each page and heated it over the candle flame. He then shook his head. "It's useless to heat it with fire." Then, he calmly brought the page to his nose and sniffed it. Apart from the smell of ink, there is also a faint, strange smell." As he spoke, he laid the page on the table. He then took out a chopstick and dipped it in some water. He gently scraped the page. Ling Tusi and Wu Liuqi's attention was drawn to him. Suddenly, Ling Tusi shouted in surprise, "A number has appeared!" Through the gaps between the people, Song Qinshu could vaguely see the word 4 appear in the blank space on the side of the book. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It looks like the secret of the City Link incantation can no longer be kept. Then, Friday continued to organize the book. Soon, he found all the hidden numbers in the book. Ling Tusi frowned and said, "It's useless to just know these numbers. There are so many words in the book. I don't know where to use them, nor do I know the order." Wu Liuqi smiled. "I know this. Since it is called the city linking technique, it is obviously hidden in the Lianqing swordsmanship. Every move of the Lianqing swordsmanship comes from a Tang poem. I happen to know the Lianqing swordsmanship." As he spoke, he came to the table. "The first move of the Lianqing swordsmanship comes from Du Fu's Spring Return. Here it is 4. Alright, mossy path facing river bamboo. The fourth word is river. Remember it. The second move is also from Du Fu's poem. It comes from Zhao Lingham, it's 51. He continued to count. 15, 10, 15, 20. The mausoleum coils in the air, the bear guards the jade. The 51st word is mausoleum. Ling Tusi mumbled to himself, Jiangling, Jiangling. Wonderful. It is indeed in Jingzhou. It seems that my efforts in half a lifetime were not wasted. However, when he thought about how everything now belonged to the Isle of Heroes, his excitement dissipated by a large margin. Friday seemed to have read his mind. He said calmly, "If we can find Liang Yuandi's treasure this time, you will be credited. You will be rewarded." "Thank you, Saint." Ling Tusi's worries turned to joy. He quickly bowed. Wu Liuqi ignored him and continued to study. The third move of the swordsmanship comes from Chu Mo's Holy Fruit Temple. 33 words. The word city in the city below is near, and the bells and chimes are mixed with songs is Jiangling City. That's right, that's right. What else is there to be suspicious about? The fourth move is 28, 15, 10, 15. The 28th word is south, Jiangling City south. Song Qingshu naturally knew that the treasure was in the Tianning Temple. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he was even more confused. Now that the Golden Men have occupied Jiangling, why did they choose this time to retrieve the treasure? Wu Liuqi had already deciphered the remaining words. The Buddha statue in the main hall of the Tianning Temple in the Western Heaven worships devoutly, communicating with the spirit of Buddha to bless and reborn in paradise. Ling Tusi was shocked. What devoutly worships devoutly, communicating with the spirit of Buddha, and blessings from Buddha to reborn in paradise? Damn it, reborn in paradise. Isn't this asking people to meet the Tenyama kings? He thought of how he had spent most of his life investigating and even sacrificed his daughter, only to get such a result. He could not help but feel a little crazy. On the other hand, Friday was calm enough. I don't think it can be written too clearly here. The treasure is most likely hidden in the Tianning Temple. After being reminded, Ling Tusi finally recovered from his madness. That's right. The Tianning Temple has existed for hundreds of years. It has existed since the time of Emperor Liang Yuan. It is indeed possible that the treasure is hidden in it. Wu Liuqi closed the book and said, "Let's go to the Tianning Temple to retrieve the treasure first. By the way, is there any news from Bei Haishe?" Hearing Bei Haishe's name, Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. It turned out that they were in cahoot. Friday was also confused. He brought people to deal with the Ruan family. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him since then. However, I have already sent people to investigate. The Ruan family's ship is still more than 100 miles away from here. They should arrive tomorrow. Ling Tusi could not help but say, "There has been no news from Dr. Bei. Could something have happened?" Friday shook his head. "It's impossible. The people that Bei Haishe brought with him are many masters. We have already investigated the guards of the Ruan family. Even if there were twice as many people, they would not be a match for them. There must be other reasons why there has been no news. We can ask him tomorrow." Wu Liuqi also said, "We have to hurry up and take out the treasure from the Tianning Temple today and tomorrow. We will transport it away when the Ruan family's ship arrives tomorrow." Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the main reason why Bei Haishe brought people to attack Madame Ruan's fleet was because of their ship. Ling Tusi could not help but praise, "Master, you are really clever. Not only did you cut off one of Han Xingzhou's arms, but you also used the Ruan family's ship to let the guards pass. Brilliant, really brilliant." Friday also could not help but laugh. After all, Han Xingzhou is now the head of all the officials, and the strength of his subordinates cannot be underestimated. Many people along the river are his direct subordinates, and they do not respect you, Master. Now that you have the Ruan family's ship, it is equivalent to having a protective talisman. Master and Minister Han have worked together to protect the ship. Who would dare to stop or inspect it along the way? Song Qingshu suddenly realized that Madame Ruan was one of Han Xingzhou's people. She must have gone to Sichuan to deal with Wu Shi's betrayal. However, Jia Sherdao got the news and sent someone to kill her in advance. Then, they used her ship to transport the treasure away. In this way, the guards along the way, no matter whether they were from the Han or the Jia, would not stop them. In this way, they could transport the treasure away without anyone knowing. Moreover, he also understood that they chose to attack when the Jin soldiers were attacking Jiangling. They wanted to use the chaos to cover up the theft. If they were accidentally exposed in the future, they could blame everything on the Jin people and successfully find a scapegoat. You're really scheming. It's a pity that the plans of man are no match for the plans of God. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky. If he had not come to visit Qi Fang on a whim, how would he have known such a big secret? Should I kill this woman first? They discussed going to the Tianning temple to get the treasure. Ling Tusi suddenly turned around and looked at Qi Fang. There was a trace of murderous light in his eyes. Chapter 1683. As if to convince the other two, Ling Tusi added, "This woman has seen what we look like, and if this matter is spread out, it will easily bring trouble to our master." Wu Liuqi frowned and said after a while, "The treasure has not been found yet. We will talk about it after we find it, in case of any accident. Leave a few people here to watch her." Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, put down his hands and did not show up at this time. He planned to wait for this group of people to find the treasure of Tianning Temple first. There were a few treasures in this world, and he knew their locations. However, he had not taken them for various reasons. He would take them out in the future when the time was right. But now it seemed that if the treasure of Tianning Temple remained here, it would be very easy to be found. It was better to use these people to take the treasure out, and then he would be the fisherman. After a discussion in the room, the people in the room quickly went out in the direction of Tianning Temple in the south of the city, leaving 2 people here to watch over Qi Fang. Song Qingshu did not chase after them. Instead, he waited until they were far away before quietly descending from the roof. Before the 2 guards could react, he had already taken care of them. Qi Fang was originally holding her daughter in her arms, sad and frightened. Suddenly seeing him appear in front of her, she was surprised and happy for a moment. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and asked, "Brother Song, is it really you?" Song Qingshu wiped the tears on her face with pity and said, "I have made you suffer." "Big brother Song." Qi Fang couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into his arms and started crying. Okay, from now on, no one will dare to bully you." Song Qingshu didn't have the slightest desire as he hugged her curvaceous body. He only felt endless pity for her. This girl's life was too bitter. How could he let her repeat the tragedy of the original novel in this life? Qi Fang finally calmed down. Only then did she realize that she had unknowingly snuggled in his arms. She was so scared that she hurriedly pushed him away. Her little face was red and she looked very shy. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you have to be so polite?" Qi Fang stretched out her fingers to tidy up the messy hair on her temples. She pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "I am a married woman after all. This is unreasonable." Song Qingshu was momentarily speechless. The Wan clan had treated her like that, but deep down she still regarded herself as the daughter-in-law of the Wan clan. However, this was the worldview that people had formed since they were young, so he couldn't really say anything. At this time, little water spinach suddenly burst into tears. Song Qingshu hurriedly reached out and hugged her to comfort her. Feeling the tender little life in his hands, his heart was filled with tenderness. He thought that it was time for him to have a child. He wondered whose belly would move first. Speaking of which, it was strange. The little water spinach was originally crying loudly, but when it was in Song Qingshu's hands, it suddenly stopped crying. Instead, it stared at him with a pair of big eyes that were as clear as gemstones. Song Qingshu made a few faces, and she actually giggled. Her eyes suddenly became like crescent moons, and she was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. A child's laughter is the purest and most beautiful music in the world. Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise. Oh yes, let her be surnamed Song in the future. Don't let her know that she has a father like Wan Gue. Let her grow up happily and live a happy life. Qi Fang was obviously a little surprised by his suggestion. She said hesitantly, I originally planned to let her follow senior brother's surname. Surname D. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. It's good to let Brother D carry the incense. He was also full of sympathy for Di Yun, so he didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction. Qi Fong didn't know about this. She was worried that he would be rejected, so she hurriedly added, "Why don't we wait for her to grow up and worship you as her godfather?" Godfather? When he thought of another meaning in the future, Song Qingshu's expression became a little strange. "That's good too." Qi Fong smiled from the bottom of her heart and kissed her daughter gently. "Little water spinach, you'll have a very capable godfather in the future. No one will dare to bully you in the future." Song Qingshu also leaned over and touched Little Water Spinach's nose. "Little Water Spinach, no one will dare to bully your mother in the future." Qi Fong's face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu asked curiously, "Oh yes, didn't Zhirua teach you the Amei Nine Yang technique?" Back on the Island of Heroes, Zhou Zhirua had taught her the martial arts of the Amei to defend herself. She didn't know why she was still captured so easily. "Sister Zhou Zhirua did teach me." Although Qi Fong was married and had a child, she subconsciously called Zhou Zhirua her sister. "But I'm too slow and I can't learn well. Moreover, those people's martial arts are too high." Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair and comforted her with a smile. "They're the Island of Heroes envoys that reward good and punish evil. The entire Jianghu is terrified of them. It's normal that you can't beat them." As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and began to remove the restriction on her body. "Now you can circulate your inner energy. Not bad. You've achieved a small success in the Amei Nine Yang technique." Of course, this small success was still a little exaggerated. After all, she was a single mother who took care of a child. She probably didn't have much energy to practice martial arts. Now, her inner energy cultivation was only slightly higher than the average Amei disciple's martial arts. Qi Fong naturally knew that he was taking care of her reputation. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Song Qingshu liked this young woman's shy look the most. His heart was moved when he saw it, and he couldn't help but move his face closer to hers. Noticing his movement, Qi Fong was shocked and instinctively shrank back. However, her waist was hugged, so she couldn't move back even if she wanted to. In the end, she couldn't keep her lips. Qi Fong's mind was in a mess. She originally planned to break up with Song Qingshu after they parted in Lin, and then live a life of being a good wife and teaching children. Of course, she couldn't marry him. She didn't expect that she would reunite with Song Qingshu under such circumstances. Moreover, she couldn't even bring herself to reject him. Am I a bad woman in my bones? Qi Fong was a little confused. After all, she had not experienced the baptism of openness in the future. Originally, they were in love with each other, which was a normal thing in the future. However, this world had too many harsh views on women remarrying, which made her subconsciously deny herself. Wah, wah, wah. At this moment, Little Water Spinach in his arms cried. She didn't know why, but this time, Song Qingshu couldn't make her laugh even though he tried his best. Seeing the man, who had always been calm, going crazy, Qi Fong couldn't help but laugh. Who asked you to bully her mother? Humph. Then she broke free from his arms and took her daughter. What's wrong with Little Water Spinach? After all, Song Qingshu didn't have the experience of taking care of children. He was worried that something had happened to her, so he couldn't help but panic. Nothing. I'm just hungry. Qi Fong's oval face flashed with a trace of redness. I'm hungry. What does she want to eat? It's chaotic outside now. Should I get it? Song Qingshu didn't react for a while and answered subconsciously. Qi Fong was so shy that she spat. How can you get that? Song Qingshu finally reacted. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and laughed foolishly. I'm really silly, haha. At this time, Little Water Spinach cried even louder. Qi Fong patted her gently with distress. She wanted to take off her clothes but hesitated. Can you go out for a while? Song Qingshu wasn't that kind of stupid scholar. How could he be so obedient? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so polite? Qi Fong's face suddenly turned red. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She stood there feeling wronged, as if she was about to cry. Song Qingshu hurriedly raised his hands. Okay. I'm afraid of you. I hate to see a woman cry the most. I'll turn my back, okay? Qi Fong bit her lips. Then you're not allowed to peek. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I won't look. But he didn't take it seriously in his heart. It was really hard to understand these women's way of thinking. They obviously had the most intimate relationship, but at this time, they were guarding against each other. After a while, he heard a rustling sound coming from behind, mixed with a few strange sounds. Song Qingshu frowned and instinctively turned his head. It's the sound of little water spinach eating. Song Qingshu had no experience in this aspect before, so he felt that the sound was a little strange. But when he saw a snow-white scene, Song Qingshu couldn't move his eyes for a while. It should be known that these days, Ren Yingying was not feeling well. He had been a vegetarian monk for many days. Suddenly seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but feel his blood and hormones surging. Hey, what are you doing? Qi Fong suddenly felt that someone was hugging her from behind. She couldn't help but turn pale with fright. When she saw that it was Song Qingshu, she was relieved. Didn't you promise not to peek? Qi Fong asked angrily. I'm not peeking. Can't I do it openly? Song Qingshu said confidently. Qi Fong was suddenly speechless. Before she could react, he had already carried her horizontally. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing him walking to the bedside, Qi Fong was shocked. Song Qingshu whispered a few words in her ear. Her face instantly turned red. How can I do this? Little water spinach hasn't finished eating yet. Can't you just feed it? Song Qingshu smelled the fresh fragrance on her body and felt that his whole body was a little addicted. Qi Fong almost fainted. How can I feed it? Song Qingshu put her sideways on the bed and then leaned over from behind. Isn't this fine? Qi Fong bit her lip. At this time, a pair of almond-shaped eyes were also glistening. She whispered, I'm really scared of you. The next morning, Song Qingshu was woken up by a baby crying. Qi Fong said to him apologetically, Water spinach wakes up very early every morning. I'm sorry to wake you up. Looking at her messy hair that fell like a waterfall, Song Qingshu lovingly stroked her face. Given our relationship, there is no need to be so polite. Qi Fong pursed her lips and smiled. She found that at this time her clothes were disheveled. Feeling a little embarrassed, she turned around and tidied up her clothes. Song Qingshu said, I'm afraid it's not safe here. Moreover, there are Jin soldiers everywhere. Why don't you come with me? Unexpectedly, Qi Fong shook her head. I don't want to leave home. Moreover, senior brother is too lonely. If I leave, he will be lonely without anyone to accompany him. Feeling the pure love between them, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. It was a pity that fate made fools of people. The two did not end up together. Instead, they were separated from each other. But what about your safety? Song Qingshu was still a little worried. Chapter 1684. They should be busy moving the treasures of Tianning Temple. I'm afraid no one will be willing to come back. Song Qingshu remembered that the treasures of Tianning Temple in the original novel were coated with poison. However, this group of people from the Isle of Heroes was not the motley crew in the Lianqing Secrets. This bit of poison would definitely not be a problem for them. Are we just going to let them take away the treasures? Qi Fong did not care about the treasures, but those people had treated her and her daughter like that. Naturally, she did not want to see the treasures fall into their hands. Don't worry, I'm just asking them to be porters. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Now that he was alone and had no helpers, he could not move so many treasures away. It was better to use this group of people to help move the treasures out. Anyway, they would eventually use the Ruan family's boat to move the treasures, so he was not afraid that they would disappear. Brother Song, you should go and have a look. Qi Fong still could not let go of her worry. Compared to those people, she would certainly rather the treasures fall into the hands of Song Qingshu. There is no hurry. I will send you back to the countryside first. It is not safe here. Qi Fang did not want to leave her hometown. Song Qingshu naturally would not force her, but he would not let her continue to stay here and take risk. Okay. Qi Fang nodded. She also knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Even if she did not care about herself, she could not let her daughter take risk. Next, Song Qingshu sent her back to her hometown. Qi Fang was also free and easy, only bringing some essential clothes and the like. Their hometown, Ma Shipu, was not too far from Jiangling City. Song Qingshu held the mother and daughter all the way, using his lightness skill. They arrived in about an hour. Being held in his arms all the way, the feeling of riding on clouds and fog made Qi Fang fall into a trance. She could not help but sigh, "Brother Song, your martial arts are like the legendary immortals. My father, my grandfather, and the Wan family's martial arts combined are not as good as yours." Looking at her cheeks, which were as red as an apple, Song Qingshu could not help but want to take a bite. "You should practice Amei Pai's Juyang Gong. When you have achieved some success in your internal energy, I will teach you some profound martial arts. I'll practice hard." This incident had given her a wake-up call. She knew that in this chaotic world, she still needed to have enough strength to protect herself and her daughter. "But I don't know when we'll meet again." Her tone was full of reluctance to part with him. Song Qingshu could not help but hold her hand and invited her again. "Qingshu, can you come with me?" Qi Fang hesitated for a moment and shook her head in the end. "No, this is the place where senior brother and I have lived since we were young. If Big Brother Song passes by Jiangling in the future, don't forget to come and visit Little Water Spinach." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. "Are you looking at Little Water Spinach or her mother?" Qi Fang blushed and turned around. "You are her godfather, of course you will look at her." Song Qingshu hugged her from behind, feeling her plump and well-proportioned body. Little Water Spinach will look at her, and so will her mother. The two of them cuddled for a while, and it was finally time to part. After saying goodbye to Qi Fang, Song Qingshu used his lightness skill and went to Tianning Temple. When he arrived at Tianning Temple, he found that most of the treasures inside had been moved. Only the pure gold Buddha was left. The people of the Island of Heroes were trying to pack it and transport it to the dock. No wonder they chose this time. If they made such a big fuss on a normal day, it would be difficult to cover up their movements. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. They could only make use of this chaotic time to act so that no one would notice them. He took a closer look and found that there were fewer people on the Island of Heroes than before. He knew that it was most likely due to the poison on the treasures. "How long until the Ruan family's ship arrives?" Wu Youqi asked. Ling Tusi answered, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. They will probably arrive in 4 hours." Wu Youqi nodded. "This Buddha is too big of a target. If it takes too long to transport it to the dock, it will inevitably attract attention. Therefore, we must calculate the time well. It would be best if the Ruan family's ship arrives right after we transport it to the dock. We can ship it as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by the Jin soldiers." After a pause, he continued, "Is there still no news of Bei Haisher? I have a feeling that something is wrong. With Bei Haishi's group's martial arts skills, there should be no problem." Friday laughed. "If you are worried, I will go to the dock to make arrangements." Wu Youqi nodded, and Friday quickly left. Song Qingshu knew that it was a waste of time to stay there, so he quietly followed behind Friday. Although Friday was highly skilled in martial arts as the Island of Heroes' messenger of rewards good and punishes evil, how could he be compared to Song Qingshu? He had been vigilant along the way, but he did not know that there was someone tailing him. He followed Friday all the way to a warehouse at the dock and saw a group of sailors busily packing boxes. Song Qingshu knew that these sailors were people from the Island of Heroes in disguise. Friday called one of them over and asked him to disguise himself as a fisherman to row a small boat downstream to the Ruan family's ship to ask about Bei Haishi's situation. Song Qingshu had enough information, so he quietly retreated from the warehouse and decided to return to the Mirror Lake to make preparations. He used his lightness skill all the way down the river. Of course, it was much faster than Friday's small boat. When he returned to the Mirror Lake, he found that Ren Yingying was not in the room. This was a great shock. In his heart, 10 Liang Yuandi's treasures could not compare to one Ren Yingying. If anything happened to her, he would probably spend the rest of his life in guilt. However, he quickly calmed down. He remembered that he had given Ren Yingying the bell of the heart-poisonous insect. If something really happened, she would inform him immediately. He hurriedly found a maid and asked. Only then did he know that Ren Yingying had been called to chat with Madame Ruan. Song Qingshu thought that he happened to have something to ask Madame Ruan, so he went straight there. She didn't ask her when I was here, but as soon as I left, she asked her out. Is this Madame Ruan a lesbian? Song Qingshu thought, but this thought only flashed in his mind. Stop! Before he reached, he was stopped by the guards of the Ruan family. Song Qingshu did not feel disobedient. Madame Ruan was married, and it was indeed not convenient for men to enter the boudoir. He said, Go and tell your madam that I have something important to ask her. The guards also recognized him at this time. When they saw him that night, they thought that it was him who stopped them. They were so scared that they trembled and hurriedly smiled and said, It turns out to be Prince Song. Please wait for a moment. We will inform the madam immediately. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and did not show any dissatisfaction, which made the guards of the Ruan family secretly admire him. It was really rare to be so approachable with such a high level of martial arts. Not long after, a maid came to greet him. Prince Song, this way please. Song Qingshu followed her to Madame Ruan's room and saw that she and Ren Yingying were chatting there. One was mature and charming, and the other was beautiful and moving. It formed a quite beautiful picture. Prince Song is back? Madame Ruan greeted with a smile. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that Ren Yingying told her about his going out. He thought that the two had really become best friends. He did not care. Greetings, madam. After that, he came to Ren Yingying's side and held her hand. Are you okay? Ren Yingying smiled slightly. I am chatting with madam. What can happen? Oh, are you afraid that I will sell your madam? Madame Ruan on the side joked. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He did have this kind of worry. He always felt that this Madame Ruan was hiding too many secrets. By the way, why did I not see Pei today? At this time, a maid came to serve tea. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to change the topic. His original intention was just to change the topic. However, when Madame Ruan heard his words, her expression changed slightly. She subconsciously looked at Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying shook her head. She then calmed down. When we docked, I sent Pei to do something. Madame Ruan replied. Everyone had their own secret. Song Qingshu did not ask further. Ren Yingying on the side spoke in a timely manner. You are in such a hurry to find madam. Is there something urgent? There is indeed something I want to ask madam for help. Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and organized his words in his heart. I have a batch of goods in Jiangling. I want to borrow madam's ship to transport it. In fact, in his opinion, it was easy to rob the treasure. After robbing it, the matter after was a headache. Now that he was alone outside, he certainly could not transport the treasure alone. The power of the Golden Snake Camp could not reach Jiangling. He could use Tang Quobian's identity to mobilize the Jin Kingdom soldiers to transport the treasure. However, he did not have full control of the Jin Kingdom. If he used the Jin soldiers, this batch of treasure would certainly not be hidden. When it entered the Jin Kingdom's treasury, it would be even more troublesome to take it out for his own use. After thinking about it, the only thing he could rely on now was the Ruan family's manpower. He could use the Ruan family's ship to transport the treasure. As for where to transport it, he had not yet decided. At present, the alternative was Mount Amé. Mount Amé could be regarded as his and Zhou Jiruo's base camp. In the whole of Sichuan, there was no safer place than there. However, there was also a problem. When he needed to use it in the future, it would be inconvenient to take it. After all, the territory of Sichuan and the Golden Snake Camp could be said to be separated by more than half of China. Of course, this was all in the future. At present, the most important thing was to take the treasure from the Isle of Heroes. Goods? What goods? Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying looked at each other and asked hurriedly. However, Song Qingshu did not rush to answer her question. Instead, he said meaningfully, "Madam, do you know that the Ruan family will soon be faced with a disaster?" Madame Ruan's expression changed. Ren Yingying, who was beside her, also felt her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly said, "Oh, don't keep us in suspense. Look at how scared the madam is." Hearing Ren Yingying speak for Madame Ruan, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. He always felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. At this time, Madame Ruan also asked him, so he could only answer, "Madam, do you know that Bei Haishur and his group had accomplices?" Madame Ruan nodded. It would be strange if they did not have accomplices. Could it be that Prince Song has received some news? Chapter 1685. Hearing his words, Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying's faces changed, but Ren Yingying was behind Song Qingshu, so he couldn't see it. "Where did you get the news?" Madame Ruan asked. "It doesn't matter where I got the news. What matters is whether Madame can cope with the upcoming crisis." Song Qingshu put down the teacup and said lightly. Madame Ruan was silent. The previous attack almost made Mirror Lake change owners. Moreover, after that attack, the strength of the guards was not as good as before. In the face of a stronger enemy, the result was obvious. "I hope that Prince Song can lend a helping hand. Ruan family will repay you generously." After a long time, Madame Ruan looked at him with a face full of hope. Song Qingshu replied calmly, "Why should I lend a helping hand?" Madame Ruan was instantly dumbfounded. She opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to do for a while. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He felt that Madame Ruan didn't have her usual quick-wittedness and maturity today. This kind of reaction shouldn't appear on her. Ren Yingying, who was on the side, helped him out. "Song Qingshu, Madame Ruan is so considerate to us. Why do you deliberately tease her like this?" Song Qingshu was also depressed. Ren Yingying had ruined his show several times today. However, he had always pitied her. He only thought that she got along with Madame Ruan these days, and the two of them developed a friendship. The friendship between women is really hard to understand. Song Qingshu shook his head secretly. Madame Ruan got the hint and finally calmed down. "What orders do you have in the future? Please say it directly. Ruan family will definitely follow your lead." "Follow my lead?" Song Qingshu chuckled but was not moved. If these words were passed to Minister Han, it would be terrible. As soon as these words came out, even Ren Yingying, who was on the side, suddenly changed color. Madame Ruan smiled embarrassedly. "What are you saying? I don't quite understand." "Madam, there is no need to quibble. You are Minister Han's subordinate. This time, I sent you to Sichuan as a secret envoy to investigate and deal with Wu Shi's betrayal," Song Qingshu said slowly. At this point, there was no point in denying it. Madame Ruan subconsciously looked at Ren Yingying and said, "I don't know how young master knew all this." At this time, Ren Yingying was also very depressed. She had tried her best to get close to him without hesitation, but not only did she not find anything useful, but he had found out about her first. It was truly an unprecedented loss. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter how you know all this. What matters is whether we are friends or foes. At this time, Madame Ruan also smiled sweetly. Since young master already knows our ins and outs, then dare I ask young master, are we enemies or friends? Song Qingshu looked her up and down as if he was admiring her graceful figure. Seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, he replied, friends. Of course we are friends. He continued, since Madame is Minister Han's trusted aide, you are obviously not stupid. I estimate that during this period of time, you have already guessed our identity. On the side, Ren Yingying nodded imperceptibly. Madame Ruan then said, may I ask if young master is Prince Qi? Since you know my identity, then you should know that I have a close personal relationship with Minister Han. We are naturally friends. Song Qingshu laughed. Madame Ruan secretly curled her lip. Originally, they were indeed friends. However, some time ago, Golden Snake Camp's actions were strange, causing Han to suspect his intentions. They even suspected that the betrayal of Sichuan's Wu Shi was related to him. However, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she smiled like a flower. After all this time, it turns out to be Prince Qi. I have neglected you before. Madam is too polite. Song Qingshu also returned the courtesy. Who knew that at this time, Madame Ruan suddenly opened her mouth. I have a question to ask Prince Qi. I don't know if it is appropriate to ask. In his heart, Song Qingshu ridiculed these ancient people. They obviously wanted to ask but deliberately said so. However, ridiculing was ridiculing. He could only follow these rules. Madam, please ask. Madame Ruan adjusted her expression and faintly looked at him. I don't know why Prince Qi is going to Sichuan at this critical moment. Song Qingshu thought that there was nothing shameful about it. He directly said, I am going to see what happened to Wu Shi. Hearing his blunt words, Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying were both shocked. Song Qingshu pointed to his wife and said, Madame has traveled extensively and is well informed. You should know that Yingying and Wu Shi are old acquaintances. We all know his character. We know that he is not the kind of person who would betray his country for glory. Therefore, we want to see what happened to him. Madame Ruan and Ren Yingying looked at each other. Obviously, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had been guessing the other's motives. They did not expect him to tell them so calmly. Let's not talk about other things first. Time is urgent. Why don't Madame first disguise as Bei Haisher? Song Qingshu calculated the time. The people sent on Friday would most likely arrive soon. He did not notice the two people's eye contact. Madame Ruan was confused. Song Qingshu explained the reason and then continued. I have long heard that Madame Ruan is an expert in disguise. Today, you can show your skill to Song Mao. I wonder if it is possible? This. Madame Ruan looked at Ren Yingying with a guilty conscience. Ren Yingying thought to herself that he really knew her very well. When she saw Madame Ruan looking over, she timely opened her mouth and said, Madame need not worry. If time is tight, I can help from the side. Song Qingshu was startled. He wondered how she would help. However, seeing her winking at him, he finally realized that she was going to be a spy to spy on the other side's disguise skills. This was just right. In the future, he could learn from her strong points to make up for his shortcomings. Madame Ruan showed a face of embarrassment. Finally, as if she had made a difficult decision, she said, Then, if that is the case, I will embarrass myself. Please leave. Song Qingshu deliberately said, Actually, I have long heard of Madame's miracles. I also want to see it with my own eyes. Madame Ruan said, Young master, please forgive me. This is our Ruan family's secret. Every generation, only the head of the family can learn. Ren Yingying also glared at him. Disguise as Bei Haisher. A woman disguised as a man will have to change clothes later. Won't you damage the madame's reputation by staying here? Song Qingshu only thought that his wife was giving him a way out. He did not think much of it. If that is the case, I will go outside and wait for Madame. Anyway, Ying was watching from the side. When the time came, she could come back and talk. In the room, Madame Ruan took off the mask on her face. It was the real Madame Ruan's personal maid, Pei. She lowered her voice and said to Ren Ying, "Madam, since the other side is a friend and not an enemy, why don't we tell them frankly? Let Miss Ren out and apologize. I think they will not blame us." No. Madame Ruan subconsciously rejected. Seeing the other's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly explained, "Did you forget that night when Bei Haisher and his group offended Miss Ren? Did Song Qingshu fly into a rage? Miss Ren is clearly his reverse scale. If we tell the truth and he flies into a rage, who on our side can stop him? Everything will have to wait until after Sichuan and when we return to our territory." Pei frowned, but after these few days of contact, Prince Song is a modest gentleman. He should not harm us. Madame Ruan's mind floated to the scene from a few nights ago. She thought to herself, who knows if what he said is true or not? What if he is lying to us? What if he is the mastermind behind Wu Shi's betrayal? This. Pei also hesitated. Madame Ruan continued, "The consequences cannot be predicted. It is better to be careful. But in this way, Madame will have to disguise as Miss Ren to accompany him?" Pei widened her eyes and looked at her in shock. Madame Ruan smiled bitterly. "I am also riding a tiger and cannot back down. I will take one step at a time." Pei's expression suddenly became strange. "I think Madame is not riding a tiger and cannot back down. Rather, you are enjoying it." Madame Ruan's expression changed. She stretched out her hand to pinch her. "You damned girl, you even dare to make fun of me!" Pei dodged and smiled as she repeatedly begged for mercy. "Madame, spare me, Madame, spare me. Sit properly, I will help you change your appearance." Madame Ruan snorted. In her heart, she was somewhat at a loss. Just why did I make such a choice? After a while, the two women opened the door. Song Qingshu was far away on the deck, looking at the situation in the direction of Jiangling. Hearing the movement, he turned his head and could not help but reveal a surprised expression. "Madame really has a godly skill. You are exactly the same as Bei Haisher." He was praising her from the bottom of his heart. It must be known that he was also a master of disguise. Even though he knew that the other party had changed her appearance, he could not see a single flaw. It was truly a godly skill. Hearing his praise, Ren Ying, who was to the side, was secretly pleased. Pei raised her chin and stroked her beard. Imitating Bei Haishi's voice, she said, "Prince Song, we meet again. Good, not bad." Song Qingshu circled around her and nodded his head in satisfaction. "In a moment, you will go and receive the people that Friday sent and stabilize Jiangling. When we arrive, we will capture them all in one fell swoop." At this time, Pei followed the words that Madame Ruan had taught her and asked, "But with the current armed forces on the ship, I am afraid that we will not be able to defeat so many experts from the Isle of Heroes. Even if young master were to make a move with so many people, it is hard to guarantee that nothing will happen." Song Qingshu smiled. "You do not need to worry about this. I have my own plans." Pei was just about to continue asking when a sailor said, "There is a small boat coming this way. Madam, just follow our previous plan and send him away. Do not let him suspect anything. Do not be afraid, I will be nearby to receive you." Song Qingshu finished speaking and pulled Ren Ying's hand to hide in the shadows around the corner. Pei could only swallow the questions in her stomach. She collected her emotions and walked to the front of the deck. Chapter 1686. After all, he has treated us well. It would be abnormal if we did not show some concern. Madame Ruan's heart trembled. She knew that her concerned expression had revealed a small flaw. Song Qingshu nodded and did not say anything else. At this time, he was actually a little worried. If Bei Haishur revealed a flaw and alerted the enemy, the people of the Isle of Chivalry would withdraw with the treasure in advance. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Madame Rouen was worthy of being a master of disguise. Not only was her disguise flawless, her reaction was also quick. After chatting with the spy for a while, she found a reasonable reason to explain why she had not sent a message. In the end, she successfully sent the spy away. After the spy drove the boat away, Song Qingshu appeared and applauded. Madame's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Madame Rouen unhappily glared at him and crisply asked, "What is Prince Chi's plan? Can you tell me now?" Only then did Song Qingshu answer, "It's very simple. I will help Madame deal with those big enemies. In return, Madame will help me transport a batch of goods." That simple? Madame Rouen was somewhat surprised. She originally thought that the other side would propose very harsh conditions. She did not expect that it would only be to transport goods. For them, who had started their business as imperial merchants, this was no trouble at all. However, she quickly realized something and hurriedly asked, "What goods does Prince Chi want to transport?" Song Qingshu shook his finger. "Madame does not need to worry about this." Seeing that he did not say anything, Ren Yingying to the side spoke at the right time. "Song, how do you plan to deal with those thieves?" "I have my own brilliant plan." In front of Madame Rouen, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to say anything. He could only answer ambiguously, "All right, I have to leave now to prepare to deal with those people in advance. You guys get ready here and wait for me at Jiangling City." After saying this, he used his qinggong to tread on the water and left. Looking at his figure crossing the river on a reed like the legendary Bodhidharma, Peyer came to Madame Rouen's side and said with lingering fear, "His martial arts are too terrifying. If he really wants to deal with us, I am afraid we will not have the slightest ability to resist." "Yes, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have imprisoned Miss Ren," Madame Rouen said with a worried expression. Pearl rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Madam, I have a way to get through this. Even if he knows the truth, he will let us go." "Ah, say it quickly," Madame Rouen hurriedly asked. Pearl moved closer to her ear and whispered, "According to the rumors of Jianghu, this Prince Song is a passionate person. He has always treated the women around him well. Why don't you go with the flow and have some sort of intimate relationship with him? When the time comes, even if he finds out the truth, based on this relationship, he might let the Rouen family go." "You damned girl, how can you talk about the mistress like this? How can you face your young Master Yang if you say this?" Madame Rouen was ashamed and angry. She grabbed her ear and began to twist it. Pearl cried out in pain, I was wrong. Let go my wife, my ear is going to fall off." "So be it." Madame Rouen snorted and 2 red clouds appeared on her face. Although her words were not forgiving, she still let go. Pearl rubbed her ears and whispered, "That's true. If something really happens, then even young Master Yang will be dragged into this." "What did you say?" Madame Rouen raised her eyebrows. "Nothing." Pearl stuck out her tongue and hurriedly ran away, leaving Madame Rouen alone, deep in thought. After Song Qingshu arrived at Jiangling, he first went to the pier to confirm that the people of the Isle of Heroes were still there. Then, he quietly left and put on a mask. He then went to the Jin army camp outside the city. Originally, the Jin soldiers saw that he was dressed strangely and wanted to arrest him. However, when they saw the gold medal in his hand, they were shocked and hurriedly welcomed him in. Soon, the general guarding the camp came to the tent. He first checked the gold medal in Tanqua's hand and then showed a respectful expression. "What instructions do you have for me?" Song Qingshu was also very surprised. He did not expect that the general guarding the camp was Wan Yengang, whom he had personally promoted. He could be considered as his trusted confidant. No wonder he was so respectful when he saw Tanqua's gold medal. He did not reveal his identity and only nodded, The Marshal has received reliable news that the Song have taken advantage of the peace talks to send a large number of secret agents to Jiangling. They are trying to spy on our military situation and plan to burn down our supplies to help the Song army recapture Jiangling. This will give the Song the initiative at the table of the negotiations. Wanyan Gang was stunned. These southern barbarians are really despicable. Song Qingshu continued. Therefore, the Marshal has sent me here to order you to send people to destroy this wave of Southern Song secret agents. They are now at the south pier of the city. Yes, I will mobilize the troops now. Wanyan Gang cupped his hands and said. Wait a moment. Song Qingshu once again said, because we are now discussing peace with the Song, remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not mention it to anyone except the Marshal, lest the Southern Song negotiators use it as a pretext. I understand. Wanyan Gang was not a novice in politics. He knew that there were many things in the officialdom that needed to be kept confidential. He did not ask about the cause and effect of the matter. He only ordered an army and told them that he was going to destroy a group of water bandits. At the Jiangling pier, Friday heard the report from his subordinates and knew that Bei Haishur was safe. He heaved a sigh of relief and could vaguely see the Ruan family's ship in the distance. He was completely relieved. Fortunately, everything is fine there. I don't know why, but my eyelids have been twitching. I am worried that something has happened. Ling Tusi smiled and said, Sir, you are worrying too much. With our kung fu we can do whatever we want in the entire Jiangling, unless we encounter the regular army of the Jin Kingdom. Before he could finish his sentence, the person who was stationed at the top of the lookout fell down. The two looked at him and saw an arrow in his neck. He was dead. Alert! Enemy attack! Friday hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the people who were disguised as sailors took out their weapons and rushed out. They were not afraid. After all, they represented the Isle of Heroes and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They wanted to see who dared to provoke them. However, what greeted them was a dense rain of arrows. Half of the top-notch experts in the Jianghu were instantly killed. After all, the martial arts of the Jianghu were completely useless in the face of the dense and indiscriminate attacks of the army. At this moment, Friday also saw the Jin Kingdom's cavalry charging at him. His hair stood on end. He glared at Ling Tusi and wanted to tear his mouth apart. At this moment, Ling Tusi's face turned green. Without waiting for anyone to call him, he hurriedly used his lightness skill to escape to the west. Before he became the magistrate, he was the leader of a gang in the Jianghu. His kung fu was not bad. Friday did not have the time to scold him. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to retreat. Unfortunately, the Jin Kingdom's cavalry came prepared and had an absolute advantage in numbers. There was no way these Jianghu people could escape. The entire dock was a one-sided massacre. Friday's eyes were bloodshot. Unfortunately, even if he killed more than a dozen Jin Kingdom cavalrymen, it would not help the overall situation. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he could only start to escape with hatred. Is Wu Lu a traitor? He could not understand why the Jin men would attack him. After all, they had been very careful from the beginning to the end. However, he quickly stopped because a masked man was standing in front of him. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. However, at this moment, he looked like the most terrifying demon in Friday's eyes. Ling Tusi was lying at his feet, and he did not know whether he was dead or alive. Who are you? Friday was full of fear. Why is Wu Lu not here? The masked man was naturally Song Qingshu. He did not make a move earlier. Instead, he stood at a high place and observed the situation. When he noticed that Ling Tusi and Friday were escaping, he rushed to stop them. However, he unexpectedly found that Wu Luqi was not there. Friday did not answer him. Instead, he waved his palms and attacked. Although he could not defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, there were only a few dozen people in the entire Jianghu who could beat him in a one-on-one fight. The world was so big, and he could not be that unlucky. Before Song Qingshu arrived, he could already feel a gust of scorching air. Song Qingshu knew that one of the Isle of Heroes' messengers of virtue rewarding and evil punishing was carrying a red gourd and a blue gourd. The red gourd contained a strong medicinal wine that was extremely dry and hot. It was made by adding the blazing fire pill into the wine. The blue gourd contained a cool medicinal wine that was extremely cold. It was made by mixing the 99 pills into the wine. The scorching flame pill and the 99 pill each contained quite a lot of spirit pills and medicines. The 99 pill contained 81 poisonous plants, while the scorching flame pill contained fewer poisonous plants, such as the crane's crown and the peacock's gallbladder. The people of the Isle of Heroes relied on this medicinal wine to stimulate their bodies, allowing them to cultivate to a level that far surpassed their peers. This Friday's palm wind was scorching, and it was obvious that he had been practicing by drinking the fire pill. Not only was his inner force strong, but his palm wind also contained the poison of the fire pill. If someone who did not know what was going on rashly fought him, it would be easy for him to fail miserably. However, Song Qingshu knew about the Island of Heroes very well. Moreover, his inner force had reached perfection. Ever since he successfully detoxified the world's #1 poison, the golden ripple flower, he was now immune to all poisons. However, he was too lazy to test the poison on his body. He raised his hand and a few crystal-clear things shot out. Shocked, Friday thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. He hurriedly raised his other hand, intending to use his inner force to knock it away. But soon, he was shocked to discover that these thin ice flakes that looked like they would shatter with a gust of wind had no effect on them at all for some reason. Instead, the opponent directly broke through the wind created by his palm and shot several major acupoints on his body. Is this the spell of life and death? As the messenger of the Island of Heroes and punishing the evil, Friday often traveled in Jianghu and knew a little about many secrets. He might not have recognized them before, but when the mysterious hidden weapons entered his body, how could he not recognize them? Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise and said, "You are quite knowledgeable." He had extorted these life-death charms from Tang Sire, and he had never used them. Today, he could use them on the people of the Island of Heroes. Chapter 1687. Song Qingshu ignored his question and asked, "Why isn't Wu Lu here?" He is the commander of the Guangdong Navy. He left in a hurry after he heard the news from Guangdong. Friday scratched his body desperately. At first, he was in so much pain that he spoke intermittently. But later, he spoke faster and faster, as if he could relieve some of the pain. The life-death spell had always made people beg for death. Moreover, Friday's inner strength clashed with the coldness of the life-death spell, making it even more violent. Even though he had seen many things, he couldn't help but confess the truth. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. The life-death spell was really a good way to make people tell the truth. At this moment, Friday suddenly screamed and hit the boulder next to him. His head was immediately smashed, and it looked like he was going to die. Song Qingshu frowned. He had a lot of questions to ask him, but he didn't expect him to commit suicide. Recalling the painful look on his face, he secretly guessed that the coldness of the life-death spell had most likely triggered the heat poison of the fire elixir that he usually took. That was why he was in so much pain. Even a top master like Friday couldn't bear it and had to commit suicide in order to escape. I should have spared Ling Tussi's life just now. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. He didn't like Ling Tussi at all. In the original novel, he was insane to bury his daughter alive for the sake of the treasure. In this world, he even sought refuge with Machi Suo and offered them the golden ripple flower, which almost killed him. Now, He sold his master for glory and sought refuge with Jia Sherdao to make a fortune. No matter how he looked at it, he deserved to die. Forget it. Even if he's alive, I probably won't get anything out of him. Song Qingshu came to the side of Friday's body and examined it. He took out an account book and flipped through it. It turned out to be a rough count of Liang Yuandi's treasure. There were tens of thousands of gold ingots, hundreds of thousands of silver ingots, dozens of boxes of jewelry, dozens of boxes of gold and silver wares, and a pure gold Buddha. Time was tight, so they didn't have the time to count the exact number. They could only make a rough count and would probably slowly count it after they were transported back to a safe place. Looking at the account book, Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. There were indeed a lot of treasures. The gold, silver, and jewelry in the boxes alone were very rich, not to mention the most important pure gold Buddha. There were at least 10 tons of it. At this time, the battle at the dock had come to an end. The Jin soldiers came prepared, and no one from the Island of Heroes escaped. Song Qingshu put away the account book and returned to the dock. Wanyan Gang did not know that there was a huge amount of treasures hidden in the warehouse at the pier. He thought that they were spies sent by the Southern Song dynasty. After confirming that there were no survivors, he bid farewell to Song Qingshu and quietly left with his army. Even though they left, the Jin was that there. Yu and Wanyan Gang had their Lu the gang still at the Jiang family Lu family, but after said, he pointed, Song. But after the Lu's Jiang they left still, they said. Shu. Song Qingshu pointed at the warehouse. Madame Ruan had her men do it. She came to Meng Qi and asked, "What's your relationship with the Jin soldiers?" Madame Ruan waved her hand and asked her men to do it. She came to Meng Qi and asked, "What do you have to do with the Jin soldiers?" Song Qingshu knew that she must have seen the Jin cavalry killing the people of the Island of Heroes. He answered, "Don't think too much. I just misled them into thinking that the people of the Island of Heroes are the Southern Song's secret emissaries. They are plotting against them." Really? Madame Ruan was skeptical about this explanation. However, no matter how imaginative she was, she could never imagine that Song Qingshu could command the Jin soldiers. Ren Yingying at the side winked. Madame Ruan nodded without batting an eyelid. She then asked, "What are in these boxes? Why are they so heavy?" They were royal merchants and dealt with all kinds of goods every day. Seeing that the sailors could not even lift one box, they knew that it was not ordinary goods. Song Qingshu said, "I have helped you get through the disaster as promised. You just need to help me transport the goods. As for what the goods are, I don't think I have any obligation to tell you. Also, don't try to open the boxes. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." As he said this, the surrounding temperature dropped. It was as if there was a murderous aura. Madame Ruan had difficulty breathing. She was angry. But thinking of Meng Qi's unfathomable kung fu, she was more afraid. She didn't know what to say. Ren Yingying tried to smooth things over. "Madame Ruan, you don't have to be angry. Song Qingshu is doing this for your own good. Sometimes the more secrets you know, the more dangerous it is." Madame Ruan, as face softened a little. "In that case, I won't ask more. I will go down and supervise them to lift the boxes." Then she left as if she was escaping. Looking at her disappearing figure, Ren Yingying smiled and said, "When did our young master Song become so inconsiderate to the fairer sex? Look at how scared the madam is. In order to prevent her from doing something stupid, I can only do this." Song Qingshu paused and suddenly frowned. "I don't know why, but I feel that this Madame Ruan is a little strange." "What's strange?" Ren Yingying's heart jumped. She knew that Pearl was not her. If she changed her appearance, she would inevitably give herself away. "Nothing. Maybe I'm thinking too much." Song Qingshu shook his head and continued to look at the sailors on the dock. After all, the boxes were full of gold, silver, and jewelry. He didn't want to leak any information. Ren Yingying's eyebrows flashed with worry. But she was most concerned about something else. Song Qingshu, what is in those boxes? Song Qingshu didn't hide it from her. He casually answered, Liang Yuandi's treasure. Liang Yuandi's treasure? He didn't know that his casual answer had caused a huge storm in the heart of Ren Yingying. Is that legend true? The treasure of Liang Yuandi had always been circulated among the people. There were also rumors of Lianqing Ju in Jianghu. As a top-secret agent, Madame Ruan had naturally heard of this matter. But she didn't know whether it was true or not. Feeling her heart beat faster, Song Qingshu said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you scared? With this treasure, Golden Snake Battalion won't have to worry about military expenses for the next few years. Ren Yingying responded with a smile, but began to calculate in her heart. During this time, Minister Han mobilized for the northern expedition, and the military expenses were quite large. Later, when the war was not going well, he even personally supported the front line. Most of the Ruan family's liquid funds were also used. Now it could be said that their financial resources were exhausted. If they could get this treasure, then at least half of Minister Han's current crisis could be solved. However, Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable. How could they get the treasure from his hands? Or should they wait until they reached Sichuan and borrow the power of the Yang family? At this time, Song Qingshu was also thinking about where to hide the treasure. Mount Amei? Not to mention the fact that the water route was blocked. Even if it was transported to Mount Amei, how would such a heavy box be transported to the Golden Peak? The box was fine, but there was also the Golden Buddha. In addition, if they wanted to use this treasure in the future, how would they transport it to Shandong, which was thousands of miles away? That would be a headache. Knowing that Song Qingshu was here to keep an eye on it, Ren Yingying excused herself to rest in her room and left. She then took many detours to find Pearl to discuss this matter. When Pearl heard that these goods were Liang Yuandi's treasures, she was shocked as well. But when she heard that she was planning on taking these treasures, she was scared half to death. Madam, are you crazy? It's not like you haven't seen him fight before. This time, he was able to use the Jin Kingdom soldiers to kill so many of the Isle of Heroes experts. If he finds out what you are planning, we will all die without a grave. Mr. Han has treated the Ruan family with great kindness. No matter how dangerous it is, I will find a way to repay his kindness, Ren Yingying said with determination. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Pearl could only think of a way to help her. Why don't we poison him? His martial arts are too high, and we won't be able to fight him head-on. These years, we have traveled all over the world and have collected a few powerful poisons. Many experts of the Jiang who cannot withstand them. If we use poison, then it will be a fight to the death. Ren Yingying furrowed her eyebrows. Pearl's eyes widened. First, we kidnapped Miss Ren, and now we have the idea of his treasure. It is a fight to the death. Could it be that you, madam, have fallen in love with him? Ren Yingying's face turned red. What nonsense are you saying? Only, this method wouldn't work. Previously, news came from Yangzhou that he was poisoned by the gold ripple sunflower. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure, but in the end, he returned unscathed and even seized Li Kuxiu's property. Even the #1 poison in the world can't deal with him. What use are the poisons we collected? If poison doesn't work, then how about using a knockout drug? A knockout drug is different from a poison. He can defend against a poison, but he might not be able to defend against a knockout drug. Of course, normal knockout drugs won't work. But in the past, we obtained a bottle of drunken immortal dew from the West. It is said that a single drop can make an elephant sleep for 3 days. No matter how strong he is, his body can't compare to an elephant's, right? Pearl harumphed. Clearly, she was comparing who was stronger between Song Qingshu and the elephant. Not as strong as an elephant. Ren Yingying thought of the two of them in bed. She couldn't help but touch her face. Thinking back, her cheeks were still sore. At this time, Pearl opened her mouth. Of course, other than the knockout drug, there is another method. What method? Ren Yingying asked. She felt that using drugs was a bit too risky. Pearl let out a strange smile. This method requires the madam to personally act. Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Ren Yingying finally got angry. Is there a maid like you who encourages her mistress to have an affair? Chapter 1688. Huh! Hearing Pearl's plan, Ren Yingying suddenly felt a little tempted. It seemed that the feasibility was not low. However, she did not immediately declare her position. Instead, she looked at Pearl meaningfully. During this time, you have been encouraging me to use a honey trap. It can't be to take revenge on me, right? Pearl's expression changed, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly as she said in a small voice, Pearl doesn't dare. What happened back then? Do you still hold a grudge? Ren Yingying kept staring at her. Pearl replied with a face full of surprise. Pearl has already forgotten what happened back then. I don't know what madam is talking about? Ren Yingying lightly snorted. Whether it is true or false, I hope you do not harbor any thoughts of revenge. Pearl replied in a panic, I don't dare. Ren Yingying looked at her for a long time before turning around and leaving. Go down and keep an eye on them. Don't let the sailors discover what is in the chest to avoid trouble. Yes, Pearl bowed her head and respectfully sent her off. An indescribable flame flashed in the depths of her eyes. For the next few days, Madame Ruan constantly plotted on how to safely obtain the treasure from Song Qingshu's hands. Song Qingshu constantly thought about where the treasure would be transported to. At the same time, he changed his room to a place near the treasure chest. He monitored the treasure at all times, making it impossible for her to start. During this time, Madame Ruan did not know why, but several times, she restored her true form and invited Song Qingshu to her boudoir to discuss matters. She did not know whether she was trying to find out the relationship between him and the Jin Kingdom by beating around the bush, or whether she was really subconsciously affected by Pearl's suggestion and really had the intention of using a honey trap. However, she never made up her mind. Even so, these 2 days were a feast for Song Qingshu's eyes. This was because Madame Ruan would often lie on the couch and summon him. She was dressed at home and did not treat him as an outsider at all. Song Qingshu wasn't one of those stubborn moral guardians, so he naturally used an appreciative gaze to examine her beauty when she was naked. Especially that curve between her waist and buttocks that was filled with a mature charm, as well as the faintly discernible long legs beneath the hem of her skirt. Just looking at it made his blood boil. However, thinking that she was Azu and Z's mother, he could only suppress the evil thoughts in his heart with great perseverance. At the same time, he was secretly amazed. If people who didn't know the truth saw the three of them together, they would most likely think that they were sisters. Moreover, with her delicate voice, people might even think that she was the youngest sister. It was really unreasonable. How could she take care of herself so well? That night, he talked to Ren Yingying about this matter and couldn't help but say, "You'd better be careful of your new bestie." These days, Ren Yingying and Madame Ruan were inseparable. Naturally, they were worthy of the 2 words bosom friends. Hearing his words, Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Thinking that she had exposed herself, she hurriedly asked, "Why do you say that?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and finally answered, "I've always felt that she seemed to be seducing me these days." "Ah," Ren Yingying exclaimed. If it weren't for the mask covering her face at this time, she would probably be so embarrassed that she wished that there was a hole to hide in. Were her actions so obvious? Of course, it's also possible that I'm thinking too much. Song Qingshu thought about how to organize his words. After all, I am friends with Azu and Z. She can also be considered my elder. Maybe she treats me as a junior, so she doesn't pay attention to the precautions between men and women. However, he himself didn't have much confidence in saying this. After all, when the other party invited Ren Yingying alone before, it was because as a married woman, it was not convenient for her to let a man into the bedroom. At this time, Ren Yingying was ashamed and angry. She didn't expect to hear someone else's private evaluation of her. Embarrassed, she couldn't help but murmur, "She can't be considered your elder. You are not much younger than her." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was not young in this world. In the original work, when Song Qingshu appeared, he was already almost 30 years old. Then, he bounced around for a few years. Then, he also bounced around for a few years after he transmigrated. Now, he was already over 30 years old. And Azu and Z were now girls of 16 or 17 years old. In ancient times, women gave birth earlier. If Ruan Xingzhu gave birth to Azu at 16 years old, she would now be in her early 30s. They were of the same generation, not much different in age. When he realized this, Song Qingshu felt a little dizzy. He originally thought that he was the leader of the younger generation, but he didn't expect that he was already in the middle generation. He subconsciously thought that girls like Azu and Z were of the same age, but in fact they could call him uncle. He looked at Ren Yingying beside him. She was only 19 years old. Thinking about the age difference between them, to a certain extent, it could be considered as an old cow eating young grass. As soon as this thought came to mind, Song Qingshu felt a heat all over his body. He couldn't help but pick Ren Yingying up. Seeing him carrying her to the bedside, Ren Yingying couldn't help but turn pale. What are you doing?" Song Qingshu chuckled. "You reminded me of my age. A weird uncle like me likes to bully young girls like you." Ren Yingying almost vomited blood. She didn't expect that her counterattack would lead to this result. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have said anything just now. I'm here in Tiangui." In a panic, she finally found her life-saving weapon. Song Qingshu carried her directly to the bed and snorted. "How many days has it been since you started to come to Tiangui? It's over." Ren Yingying was shocked. During this period of time, she had been so careless that she forgot that her self-defense reason had a time limit. Her mind couldn't help but go blank. For a moment, she couldn't think of how to solve the current crisis. "Don't." Feeling the coldness of her body, Ren Yingying finally sobered up a little. She randomly found an excuse. "Don't touch me. You must be thinking about that Madame Ruan now. You just mistook me for her. I don't want to do this." She hurriedly finished this paragraph, and her face was so red that no one knew how red it was. But there was no other way. At this critical moment, she could only use herself to block the knife. Song Qingshu didn't deny it. He couldn't help but sigh. Madame Ruan has been hanging around in front of me every day these days. It really makes me angry. I can't wait to press her under my body and ravage her." Hearing this, Ren Yingying suddenly felt a little proud of herself. She couldn't help but ask, "Then why don't you go to her? With your martial arts, it's easy to get her. Looking at her attitude these days, it's obvious that she won't refuse you, right?" Song Qingshu glared at her angrily. "Yingying, you know that I can't do anything to her, but you still say that on purpose." Ren Yingying was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why?" Song Qingshu said awkwardly, "It's not like you don't know the relationship between me and Z. If I have an ambiguous relationship with her, won't I be despised by etiquette and morality?" When he first met Z, Ren Yingying was also there. She knew that Z had become his slave, so there was no need to hide it from her. Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, between him and Z, while she was thinking, the man on top of her moved abnormally fast. He quickly untied both of them and directly pressed on her. Ren Yingying almost fainted because of this sudden impact. She couldn't help but stare at the man in front of her. For a moment, Her lips trembled, and she was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't speak. Song Qingshu stretched his body comfortably and said contentedly, "I told you that your tiangue is finished. Do you know that I am?" Ren Yingying almost fainted because of anger. She thought, "You just said that you can't have sex with me, but the next moment, what are you?" Song Qingshu lovingly touched her sweaty hair on her temples and asked with a smile. Ren Yingying wanted to say something but stopped. At this time, what was done was done. Even if she revealed her identity, what was the point? And wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? What's more, if he knew the truth, it was hard to guarantee that he would vent his anger on the Yuan family. Thinking of the honey trap that Pearl mentioned before, Ren Yingying felt a little dizzy. Now that things had come to this, she could only go with the flow and use this plan. She wasn't a little girl who didn't know how to deal with worldly affairs, but a mature woman. Moreover, she had been managing the Yuan family for many years, so she knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Now that things had come to this, she could only stop the losses in time and maximize the benefits. But benefits were one thing, and feelings were another. Thinking that she had been taken advantage of by him this time, she felt a little suffocated. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and fiercely bit on the shoulder of the man in front of her. "Hiss, why did you bite me?" Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Ren Yingying didn't say anything. She just bit him hard. On one hand, she was venting the depression in her heart, and on the other hand, she was suppressing the surging feelings in her heart. Ever since she had used the art of blood ignition, her body had become weak. Song Qingshu had always felt sorry for her, so he didn't dare to use force to make her let go. But he had another way, so he used all the methods he had. He thought to himself, "Do you have the ability to keep your mouth shut?" Ren Yingying had never experienced such a violent storm of methods. She didn't know when she let go, but her body became softer and softer. She became a warm ball of fire that wrapped around the man in front of her. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Song Qingshu caressed the soft skin of the beauty. He couldn't help but sigh, "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed myself like this. Why does it feel like your body is a lot better today, Yingying?" Yes, Ren Yingying had no strength left in her, and could only softly respond. Song Qingshu reminisced and couldn't help but say, "And I have a very strange feeling today." What feeling? Feeling the broad and solid chest of the man, Ren Yingying couldn't help but have a strange feeling. "I always feel that I'm being intimate with another woman." Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Ren Yingying's heart beat wildly when she heard this, but she was also quick-witted and quickly found a reason. You always think of Madame Ruan in your heart. Of course, you feel that you're being intimate with another woman." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He did think of Madame Ruan for a while just now. Feeling guilty, he hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh, I forgot to heal you just now. I'm too tired today. Don't do it." Hearing his words, Ren Yingying finally panicked. Song Qingshu looked serious. "Yingying, don't be willful. I just felt that your body has obviously improved. Obviously, the previous healing has worked. A few days ago, your tiangue came, and you haven't warmed your meridians for a while. Now you can't delay any more." Chapter 1689. Ren Yingying was originally lying there comfortably, but when she heard his words, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She had been so careful for so long, but it was all for naught? "Song Lang, what are you talking about?" She still made the last effort, but her heart had sunk to the bottom, because she felt that she was locked by the other's chi, as if she was being stared at by a giant beast, or as if she was being held down by Mount Tai. She could not even move a finger, and there was a kind of trembling from the bottom of her soul. Song Qingshu did not answer and directly reached out his hand to explore her face. Soon, he found a clue and directly took off her mask. Seeing her face clearly, Song Qingshu could not help but be surprised. "It's you." Who else could it be but Madame Ruan? Madame Ruan's mind was now blank, and she did not know how to deal with this situation. No wonder I always felt that something was wrong. Song Qingshu recalled the events of the past few days, and finally had a feeling of a sudden realization. In fact, he could not be blamed. First, Madame Ruan's disguise was impeccable, and her acting was really superb. Second, these days his attention was focused on the people of the Isle of Heroes and Liang Yuandi's treasure. Even if he felt that something was wrong, he did not think about it in detail. Just now, when he was about to warm his wife's meridians, he suddenly found that her meridians had not been affected by the burning blood technique. Song. Prince Song. Madame Ruan greeted him awkwardly, and quickly thought about how to explain. Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he asked coldly, "Where is Yingying?" Madame Ruan gradually recovered some of her usual calmness, and smiled when she heard this. "Don't you think it is too heartless to talk about other women in this situation?" After her reminder, Song Qingshu realized that her hair was now messy, and her delicate body was partly hidden under her clothes. In particular, a layer of redness appeared on her skin, and coupled with her long legs, it was enough to make any man's blood boil. However, this did not include Song Qingshu, who was not in the mood to care about these things. His heart was full of Ren Yingying's safety. "Stop putting on an act here. This is useless against me. Hurry up and tell me where Yingying is now," Song Qingshu said expressionlessly. Madame Ruan shook her head and sighed faintly. "It's no wonder that people say that the unobtainable is the best. Men don't cherish women after they get them. I didn't expect that I would personally experience it. Just a moment ago they were obviously being tender and sweet with each other, but now they turn their backs on me." She actually didn't want to do this, but now that things had come to this, she could only stall for time and see if she could think of a way to escape. Of course, it would be even better if the other party took pity on her. As expected, Song Qingshu was reminded of the scene just now. He couldn't help but look strange. "You really put in a lot of money." A look of shame and anger flashed across Madame Ruan's face. "Do you think that I wanted to? Isn't it because you are too much of a beast? I didn't even have time to react before you. She couldn't finish her words no matter what. Only then did Song Qingshu show a trace of a smile. "This is the way to show your true feelings. Aren't you tired of using that kind of artificial tone all the time?" Madame Ruan snorted and turned her head away. "Don't worry, Miss Rin is very safe now." She planned to stabilize Song Qingshu first and see if she could use Ren Yingying's safety as a bargaining chip to negotiate with him. Song Qingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his contact with Madame Ruan these days, she wasn't that kind of stupid woman. She shouldn't go so far as to hurt Ren Yingying. Now that he heard her say this, he was more relieved. But he still continued to ask, "I don't want to hear other answers. I just want to know where Yingying is now." Madame Ruan grabbed the quilt to cover her chest and said angrily, "You have to let me put on my clothes first." But Song Qingshu didn't buy it. He directly shook his hand and wrapped the quilt around her body. His voice was as cold as ice. "I will ask for the last time. Where is Yingying now? If you continue to talk about other things, I will make your Wan family disappear today." With his current level of cultivation, his murderous aura was almost tangible. The air seemed to become sticky. The teacup on the side also made a caw-caw sound, and a few cracks unknowingly appeared. Madame Ruan saw this and her whole person had difficulty breathing. She opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't take any more risk. "Miss Rin is in the secret room of my room." Knowing the whereabouts of his wife, Song Qingshu couldn't hold back anymore. He got up and was about to grab Madame Ruan to go to the secret room. But he heard her shy and anxious voice. "Hey, if Miss Rin saw me like this, what would she think? You wouldn't want to see that scene." Song Qingshu frowned and looked at her current appearance. It was indeed inconvenient for Ren Yingying to see her. "Quickly put on your clothes," Then why don't you turn around? Madame Ruan bit her lip and stared at him. Song Qingshu said faintly, No, I have to keep an eye on you. Who knows what you will do behind my back? Your martial arts are so high. What can I do? Madame Ruan said angrily. If you stand here and watch, how can I put on my clothes? Why can't you wear it? Song Qingshu wasn't moved at all. It's not like I haven't seen it just now. Is it necessary to cover it? You still have the nerve to say that? Madame Ruan said through gritted teeth. She couldn't help but be angry when talking about this. She was carelessly taken advantage of by him. Then she was still immersed in the tenderness and honey of the previous time. But the other suddenly turned against her, making her fall from heaven to hell. Since you decided to seduce me, why do you have to make this kind of gesture now? Song Qingshu learned that Ren Yingying had suffered somewhere during this time. Of course, he didn't have a good tone to the initiator. I told you it was just an accident. Madame Ruan couldn't help but feel bitter. The current situation was really unreasonable. This time, she really suffered a double loss. She was even treated as that kind of woman by the other side. She really wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't say that 2 days ago when you found me in your room and made all kinds of gestures to show off your figure was also an accident. Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe it. Madame Ruan was speechless for a moment. After a long time she said, At that time, I did have the idea of seducing you, but I didn't finally make up my mind. Who knew that at night, you would pounce on me like a little wolf dog? Song Qingshu's face became hot. Thinking back, she did resist at the beginning. But what was done could not be undone. Didn't she quickly cooperate? Of course, out of consideration for her face, he didn't say this in the end. Are you dressed? Song Qingshu didn't want to continue this topic with her. I'm dressed. Seeing that he didn't turn around, Madame Ruan had no choice but to quickly tidy up her clothes. But in her heart, she was sulking. Song Qingshu didn't speak anymore. He grabbed her shoulder and used his qinggong to quickly arrive outside her bedroom. But he was stopped by the guards of the Ruan family. Get out of the way. Song Qingshu was in a very bad mood. He had an impulse to kill. The guards recognized him and felt their scalps tingle. But because of their duty, they still plucked up their courage and said, Prince Song, coming to find our madam in the middle of the night, isn't it too inconvenient? At this time, Madame Ruan flashed out and glared at them unhappily. If I tell you to get out of the way, just get out of the way. Why do you talk so much nonsense? He had already taken advantage of her. What was inconvenient? Seeing that their mistress was together with him, the group of guards opened their eyes wide and hurriedly made way. Young master and madam, please. After the two entered, a few guards secretly whispered to each other. They entered the same room so late at night. Could it be, are you stupid? Madam usually dressed up beautifully, but just now, she didn't even comb her hair properly. Obviously, something happened between the two of them just now. Yes, I also noticed that Madam's clothes were untidy and her buttons were buttoned wrong. But wouldn't this be unfair to young Master Yang? Are you stupid? We are people of the Ruan family, not people of the Yang family. This Prince Song is much better than young Master Yang. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, it was now the dead of the night. Plus, Song Qingshu and Madame Ruan were considered experts, so they heard almost every word. These guards of yours are quite loyal and devoted. They are thinking of you wholeheartedly, Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Madame Ruan blushed to the extreme. When I am free, I will drive these people back to their hometown to farm. Song Qingshu snorted. You may not have this opportunity. Let Yingying out first. At this time, Madame Ruan, who was originally living inside, also woke up and ran out to take a look. When she saw the appearance of the two, she couldn't help but be shocked. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and directly restrained her. He pulled off her mask and naturally it was Pearl. You two have cheated me so hard, Song Qingshu said expressionlessly. Madame Ruan laughed bitterly and didn't reply. She directly walked to the side of the bed and opened a secret compartment. She twisted the mechanism and the wall beside the bed slid to the side, revealing the entrance to a secret room. You two go in first. Song Qingshu casually unsealed Pearl's acupuncture point. No wonder I didn't find anything strange. After all, this was Madame Ruan's bedroom. Plus, the entrance was beside the bed, so it was not convenient for him to observe. Following behind the two, before Song Qingshu entered, he only heard Ren Yingying's voice coming from inside. You don't have to waste your efforts. I won't say anything. Hearing that her voice was only a little tired and weak, nothing serious, Song Qingshu finally relaxed. He couldn't help but rush in. Yingying, I've come to save you. At this time, Ren Yingying was sitting by the table. Seeing him also walk in, her mouth involuntarily opened wide. Following that, her eyes filled with mist and she directly threw herself into his arms. Song Qingshu. Yingying, Song Qingshu hugged her slightly trembling body and secretly scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Yingying's figure was slender and beautiful, while Ruan Xingzhu was obviously more voluptuous. He actually didn't notice anything strange earlier. After crying for a while, Ren Yingying suddenly fiercely bit him. I thought you would quickly come to save me. Who knew that you would only find out after so long? At this time, Ruan Xingzhu, who was at the side, wished for the whole world to be in chaos and added, when I first pretended to be young master, young lady Ren saw through the flaw with one look. Song Qingshu was even more embarrassed. He fiercely glared at her and hurriedly comforted his wife. Perhaps it was because the mental pressure during this period of time was too great. Now that she saw her lover, Ren Yingying finally relaxed. After playing for a while, she quickly fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Song Qingshu carried his wife out of the secret room. He didn't return to his own room. After all, there had just been a great battle. He was really embarrassed to let her sleep there. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.